Do you see me standing here? I got nothing without you but fear. In the end we'll see a change. Only love lasts, only love remains. I'll let go when time is right. I'll let go when time is on our side. And you made something beautiful out of something horrible. In the night we shall go in. Will you follow me down, down, down? It's the crime of the century. We fight for the reason only. Everyone we left behind. Till the light is brought back to every kind. Give me everything you got. Let's leave this world behind. Close your eyes and find the light. You got nothing left to lose tonight. In the end we'll see a change. Only love lasts, only love. In the night we shall go in. Will you follow me down, 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 down? It's the crime of the century. We fight for the reason only. Everyone we left drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, vintage friends on my face, looking like I'm from the deep. These no Cartiers, pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peep, bro. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip, neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib, neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick, neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the deal. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, yo, no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since a fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, are our mistakes, we can never make it true. Our deception slips right through. What did I do? I must have been so careless, progress too soon. But you got me so breathless, can we work it out this time? Oh, you got money, money on your mind. Teardrops that fell. I'm over us, I'm over you. Forget about another deja vu.
Good afternoon, YouTubers at Motormania TV. Thanks for tuning in. We got our first pair headed down the track for qualifying. That's Ryan Zvanfrom from Illinois there on the left side. He goes across with 11:45 and a 9 at 111. At right side, that was Tony Curtis. He ran ET with a 10:65 and a 1 at 121 miles an hour. So that's going to be our first pair here in Eliminator. That's going to bring up Austin Hughes, left side, alongside Chad Trainer. Chad's coming out of the Stampin' Ground, Kentucky. And Hughes comes out of Port Huron, Michigan. Welcome to the American Motorcycle Racing Association. Second race for the season of 2025. We're right here at National Trail Raceway, just outside Columbus. Welcome to everybody in the chat bleachers. Turner there on the right side goes 11:58 at 115, and Hughes was 11:72 at 110. Coming out, two riders coming out of Indianapolis. Mel Holland there on the left side, and Mike Wallace taking the right lane. Red light there for Mel. No sweat. This is just qualifying. They want to get to data, and they want to get a good time lap in there. Mel goes across with a 12:03 and a 6 at 106 miles an hour. Mike Wallace goes across 10:67 and a 5 at 120. That finishes up their first qualifying pass. Right side here now is Donnie Burchard coming out of Fairland, Indiana. Also out of Fairland, Indiana is Ben Shepard there in the left lane. They're both hunkered down over the tank, taking it toward the big end. Ben goes across. He turns on the lights, clicks them off at 11:86. Donnie's struggling just a little bit going down through there, look like 14:35. We know he'll get it worked out and be back for another qualifying session here a little bit later this afternoon. On track now is Dustin Seymour. Comes out of Gwenville, Indiana. And then out of Grafton, Ohio is Denny Yengren there on the right side. Denny riding an 04 Harley and Dustin on an 03. Left side with Dustin Seymour, 13:79, 98 miles an hour. Denny, 12:99 at 111. Scott Lerater, left side. Robert Morris, Wadsworth, Illinois. Taking that right lane. Pulls his visors down. Bumps that front wheel into the pre-stage lights. We're ready for the 930 class in sportsman classes. 930, let's come to lanes 4. 930 class to lane 4. 1090 class to lane 5. 1090 class to lane 5. 990 class, let's go to lane 2. 990 class, lane 2. Scott and Robert doing a nice job getting off the line. Both of them have a good light up front. Scott Lerater in the left lane goes 12:98 with an 8 at 95 miles an hour. Robert Morris, 11:97 in the right lane at 114. Once again, we need the other three sportsman classes. 930 to lane 4, 1090 to lane 5, 990 to lane 2. Gary Strait right side and Jeremy Wilson there on the left side. Berlin, Michigan for Wilson there in the left lane. Gary Strait comes right out of Columbus, right here, a hometown rider. And they click it off. Gary Strait takes it straight down the track, 12:81 at 102, and Wilson with an 11:23, 117. Clayton Danford coming out of Akron, Ohio, lining up on the left side. Right lane is CJ Tipping out of Liberty Center, Ohio. 99 vintage bike. 2010 for Danford in the left lane for his bike. Tipping right lane, 14.06, 91 miles an hour. Danford in that left lane, 14.07, 91 miles an hour. And that's going to bring in Jeffrey Schwank there in the right lane coming out of Warren, Michigan. That's a suburb of Detroit. Tim Parker out of Indianapolis, Indiana, rocking and rolling down the left lane. That big bagger out of Warren, Michigan, Jeffrey Schwank, takes it through 12.58 with a 107 miles an hour, 104 miles an hour for Parker in that left lane. His ET was 12.74. Jim Clark coming out of Sterling Heights. That's another Detroit suburb. Big bagger there in the left lane. Jeremy Bell out of Indianapolis, right side. Clark out of Michigan. Trips the clocks at 10.92 with a 121 miles per hour. Bell there in that right lane goes across 14.17, 92 miles an hour. Jeremy Disbrow out of Paw Paw, Michigan, right side. Alongside Mickey Kelly out of Morning View, Kentucky, taking that left lane. Disbrow on that right side, 12.14, 107 miles an hour. How about Mickey Kelly out of Kentucky, that bluegrass state, 14.10 at 110 miles an hour. Once again, we need the rest of the sportsman classes. That 930 class to lane 4, 1090 class to lane 5, 990 class lane 2. Coming out of Florida is Chris Ussery. That's in the right side. Kevin Winters out of Richmond, Illinois. He's there in that left lane. Both laying down good laps. 11.62, 97 miles an hour for Winters on the left side. Chris there on that right side coming out of Leland, Florida. 11.27 at 114. Jeremy Hall, right side, alongside Don White. That bagger in the left lane comes out of Markham, Illinois. Hall there on the right side comes from Catawba, North Carolina. Jeremy Hall goes across with 11.84 at 112. Don White with a 12.49 at 102 miles an hour. John Ard in that bright hunter orange helmet there in the left lane. And the striped zebra leathers down below. Comes out of Indianapolis, Indiana. That's John Ard. Robert Sitz out of Rockfield, Kentucky, loading up in that right lane. And here we go. Ard with a nice 22 reaction there in that left lane. Evidently, that hunter orange helmet does keep you alert. 0.22 on the reaction. Goes across and breaks the lights at 11.61 with a 1 at 114. Sitz was sitting nice there with an 11.20 and a 6 at 116 in that right lane. Bob Bill, right lane. Bryce Creek is the name of the rider in the left lane. All right, Bobby there in that right lane goes across 10.98 to 9, 121 miles an hour. Bryce with 11.15 and a 7 at 116. Chad, if you are missing your gloves, now this is all the information I have, so I'm going to try to be cool about it. Chad, if you're missing your gloves, Dustin, who's the head of staging, has them. Lance Rogalski in the left lane and Corey Vantel taking that right side. Both those guys out of Michigan. Corey in the right lane with a 13:09. Lance with a 14:19. John Schneider coming in on the left lane. Dan Bennett, right side. Chad, if you've lost your gloves, Dustin Gooden, head of staging, he has them. Bennett riding a 2022 bike, and John on a 1998 vintage motorcycle. 11:52 and a 1 for Bennett there on the right side. 117 miles an hour. Schneider 11:79 and 2, 114. Bill Harper, Canton, Ohio rider, right lane. Scott Lerg out of Lanesburg, Michigan, taking that left lane, both tucked over the tank, rocking and rolling toward the big end. Both of them lay down a nice lap there. Scott, he had a red light up front, but in this qualifying, that's okay, no big deal. He runs an 11:15 and a 4 at 119. Bill Harper, right side, 10.666 at 119 miles an hour. Nice lap for both riders. Larry Stevens here on the right side alongside Mike Magson. Magnuson comes out of Brownstown, Michigan, riding a 1978 bike. Larry Stevens out of Erie, PA, riding a 03 version. Stevens in that right lane, laying down a 10.97 with a 3, 119 miles an hour. Magnuson, 11.82 at 109 miles an hour. Coming out of Southgate, Michigan in that left lane, that bagger's ridden by Sean Lepenez. That big bagger going down the right side. Had a red light up front. Once again, qualifying, we're okay with that. That right side turns on the ET lights at a 12.57 and a 7 at 104 miles an hour. Sean, 11.73 and a 6 at 114 miles an hour. Cody Rozeski out of Cuddy, Pennsylvania, alongside Chris Hope there on the right side of your track. Comes out of Pennington, New Jersey. Chris riding a 98 V-twin, 86 V-twin for Cody. Both bikes looking good. Roziski 11.71 and 2 at 110 in that left lane. Hope 12.94 and a 1 at 99 miles an hour. Got one more left here in the Eliminator class for qualifying. It's Matt Hawkins, comes out of Morrow, Illinois. He's going to take a single on that 98. On the 98 bike. 1998, that is. You folks out there in the chat bleachers know what I'm talking about. Thanks for tuning in there on Motormania TV. I want to be sure to thank all our sponsors, such as Westside Twins, Circle M Ranch, White Lightning Racing, Stewart Top Fuel Harley, Baker Drivetrain, and Sandy Run Arms and Ammo. Thanks for jumping in here and sponsoring this weekend here for the AMRA meet here at National Trail Raceway. Hawkins takes it through at 11.25 and a 9 at 117 miles an hour. Nice lap there. We're rolling right on into, I believe this is hot streak coming in here. Yeah. Jeremy Wilson, left side in that bagger. Jason Crisp over in the left side. Comes out of Fort Valley, Virginia is where Jason comes from. Jeremy comes from West Unity, Ohio, right here in the Buckeye State. Oh, these hot street bikes got nice throaty sound to them. 877 and a 7, 148 hours for Jason Crisp in the left hand. Jeremy Wilson, he's going to go to the number 2 spot, 988 at 134 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Russ Johnson on the right side. Clayton Danford, left lane out of Talmadge, Ohio. Johnson there on that right side is coming down from the land up north. That's Ontario, Canada. Riding a 1982 bike. 1997 bike for Danford in that left lane. Both get a good hit right up front. Laying down over those tanks, tucked in tight. Making it look easy. Danford left lane, 10-10 at 116. And Johnson in that right side, 10-10 with a 4. Bradford was a 10-10 with a 6. That's going to put Clayton in the number 4 spot. Russ is going into the number 3 spot. Ian Fix out of Iowa, left side. Olin Miller coming out of the Volunteer State, right lane. Miller, right side, 1041, 117. Fix. He had it fixed, 1051 and a 2 at 128 miles an hour in that left lane. Left lane. Lining up there alongside last year's champ for Super Pro. That's Heather Jendrick. She's riding there on the right side. She's going to be singing our national anthem tomorrow at our opening ceremonies. She comes out of Toledo, Ohio. Heather J, 1043 and a 2, 96 miles an hour. Left lane putting down a nice lap at 128 miles an hour. 1063 and a 6 for the ET there. Coming out of Davenport, Iowa, that's Matt Hauser, left side. Troy Fitro out of Milan, Illinois, right side. And we have gone from Hot Street right into Super Pro, by the way. Should let you know that the last pair was the first one of the 1030 class. Davenport, Iowa's Hauser, 1078 and an 8 at 126. Troy Fitro, 1139, 117. Dave Dormus, Loveland, Ohio, left side on that 87 bike. Nat's in the left lane. Right lane doing a nice job running 10 flat with an 8 at 125 miles an hour. And Dormus is a 1032 with the 2 at 127 miles an hour. Volunteer State, another rider coming in from Tennessee. Robert Mallory, right lane. Kevin Danford comes out of Akron. Mallory in that right lane. 1046 and a 5, 117 miles per hour. Danford in that left lane, 69 right up front, 10:23 and a 1, runs 120.33 miles an hour down that left lane. Next pair pulling up into the pre-stage beams. That's Bryce Creek alongside John Schatz in the right lane. John Schatz out of Galesburg, Illinois, right side, runs that 10:37 and a 4, 123 miles an hour. Bryce Creek out of Kentucky, making that Bluegrass State look good, runs with a 10:34 and a 4 at 122 miles an hour. Dave Dormus is sitting at the top of the page with that 10:32 here. Denny Nygren, left side, runs an 11:64 and a 9, 121 miles an hour. That right lane lays down a nice lap, a 10:31 and a 3 at 113. Out of Houston, Texas, left side, Jimmy Makrins, Keith Evans out of Amboy, Indiana, taking that right lane. This is a street bagger class, by the way. Jimmy out of Houston runs a 9:36. That puts him at the top of the page for now. 146. Keith Evans there in that right side runs 10:56 at 135. Those are the first two. So those are the first two on top of the qualifying ladder. Jeff Boudreau, Woodville, Texas, left side. Thomas Boone out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, is in that red bagger in the right lane. Happy birthday to the Yankee crew chief, Sharon Blair. Happy birthday, Sharon. Bring us all a piece of cake. Nice light for Boone there out of Kentucky. Left on the right side, 69 on the tree, 992. 137. That puts him into the number 2 spot. Jeff goes 10:33 with a 4 at 129. That puts him, slides him into the number 3 spot. Lafayette, Louisiana, Scott Tomsu, right side. Dave Cartwright out Evansville, Indiana, over there in the bagger in the left lane. Tom Sue's sliding into the number 3 qualifying spot, 10:13 for the qualifying ET. Cartwright goes into the number 4 spot, 10:23. That's going to bring up Ryan Minnick out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Left side, right sides, James Gary, by the way. And we're changing classes here once again, I should say. Probably ought to tell you that. This is going to be 1150 class street eliminator. Gary on the right side out of Coldwater, Mississippi. That Mississippi Coldwater rider, James Gary, 11:55 at 111. Ryan Minnick, 11:58, 115. And that puts them at the top of the board. Thanks to all the Motor Mania TV live feed sponsors: Westside Twins, Circle M Ranch, White Lightning Racing, Stewart Top Fuel Harley, Baker Drivetrain, Sandy Run Arms, and Ammo. Once again, it's happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to the Yankee crew chief, Sharon Blair. Sharon, such a wonderful and happy birthday to you. Please enjoy your whole day, your special day. Blessings and peace to you, my dear. John Ard, he's got that hunter orange helmet on. We've seen him in another class, taking that right side. And Ryan Sansvren out of Illinois, taking that left lane. 11:54 and an 8, 105 left side. John Ard with an 11:32 at 112. If you're new to this V-twin type racing for AMRA, you will see riders riding in multiple classes. So if you've heard me mention their name or seen their bike before, that's because we do have riders that are riding in multiple classes. And they do a good job in every class. Tim Parker, right side. Patrick Blakely out of Applegate, Michigan, taking that left lane. Seeing him kind of pull a wheel and head toward the center, and he really did a nice job getting that thing squared up and straightened up. Takes it through at 11:85 and a 7 at 111 miles an hour. Parker runs 104 miles an hour with an ET of a 1286. Robert Morris, right side, and John Schneider, left lane. Wood River, Illinois is the home for John. .1180 with a 3 for Schneider in that left lane, 112 miles an hour. Morris had a red light. He has no numbers if you didn't see anything come up. And the reason that is he left just a tick or two before the tree was activated. So he doesn't have any numbers. He'll be back around. He'll get his time and get his data. And we know he'll be great when it comes time for eliminations tomorrow afternoon. John Bradley coming in on the left side alongside Dan Bennett in the right lane. Bennett on the right side with an 11:51 and a 517 miles an hour. Bradley 11:71 and a 1:12 with a 37 miles per hour. Kevin Winters alongside Bryce Creek here on the right side. We've seen, I think this is about the third time we've seen Bryce. He comes out of the Stamping Ground, Kentucky. I think this is his third class. He hustles back around. He's just about doing a round robin there, getting back. Does a nice job. Here I go bragging on him. He pulls 008 on the red. Anytime I brag on somebody, that's usually what happens. Sorry, Bryce, I won't do that anymore. We know it doesn't really matter here for qualifying. You're getting your numbers. And he ran an 11:55 and a 3 at 91 miles an hour. Kevin Winters in that left lane does an 11:56 with a 1 at 102 miles an hour. He did have a nice green 58 getting started. Dan Bennett is setting up top with an 11:51. We take it all the way down to John Ard. Right now, right side, Chad Trainer. And John Poet the third taking his bike down that left lane. This is his first pass. 96 vintage bike for John. Chad's riding a 91 vintage bike. Chad out of Kentucky. Right side, 11:52 and a 1:08. 11:65 for Poet. 1:11 on the mile per hour. Robert Sitz, left side. Austin Hughes in that bagger in the right lane with the big fairing. Coming out of Port Huron, Michigan. Sitz comes out of Rockfield, Kentucky. We know about these fellas. We've seen them run. We love them. Look at that great V-twin power taking it down National Trail Raceway. Hughes, right lane, 11:51 and a 1, 112 miles an hour. Sits with a nice pass of 95 miles an hour. Runs in 11:35. Denny Nygren lining up there. The left side alongside Jeremy Wilson. And the big bagger and the fairing, the gold bike there in the right lane. Really sparkling out there in that sunshine. Folks, I tell you, I hope you can see it on your YouTube screen, man. These bikes look great in this sparkling out here in this beautiful sunshine right here in Central Ohio at National Trail Raceway. Wilson with an 11:61 and a 1 in that right lane, 112. Denny Nygren, 12:41 and a 5 at 112. Cody Rozeski out of Pennsylvania, taking that left lane. He's going to get a single. He's the last one in this particular qualifying class. He's on a 1986 bike. 170 at the 60-foot mark, 473 at 330, 738, 8th mile. 11:75 and a 6 at the big end with 110 mile an hour pass. If you're back in the pits and you want to listen in on your radio, reminder, you can tune in on a 88.3 if you'd like to listen on your radio. 88.3 on your radio dial. Going into a 9:30 class right now. Kurt Stuckenscheider out of Jefferson City, Missouri on the right side. Chad Walschliger out of Battle Creek in that left lane. Kurt in that right lane runs a 9:58 and a 3 at 136. Walschliger 10:35 and a 3 at 129. Mike Hauser, Davenport, Iowa. Left lane. Both of them have nice reaction times chopping the tree. Right lane had a 53 on the tree. Hauser had a 48 on the tree, and Hauser in that left lane goes across with a 981 and a 7, 132 miles an hour. That right lane, 956 and a 7 at 132 miles an hour. That right lane there, if that was a nice race, that right lane would have been there and got there by 24. Took 24 down at the big end if we were running tomorrow. Dave Dormus out of Loveland, Ohio on an 87 bike. 06 bike for John Schatz out of Illinois. He's in the left lane. Here we go. Dormus moving around a little bit there, right around first 100 feet. Does a nice job straightening it up. Takes it across with a 10:49 and a 9, 123 miles an hour. Shots in that left lane, 10:02 at 120. Chris Hope, Pennington, New Jersey. Out of the Garden State, left lane. Single down that left side. That means our top eliminator is going to be finished. We're going to be going into the 1090 class next. Crosby Blair comes out of Georgetown, Tennessee on a 14 bike over in the left lane. Tony Curtis, we know Tony, Homer Glen, Illinois. He's loading up here on the right side. Top bulbs are lit, everybody. And now we're ready to go. Tony Curtis clicking the clock set at 10:79 and a 512 miles an hour. Blair blasting it through with an 11:01, 106 miles an hour in that left lane. That's going to bring up Ben Shepard out of Indiana, loading up on the right side. Jeremy Disbrow, left lane. Pops a good wheel there, gets a hang of it, rolls hard into that throttle down that left side. Clicks off the clocks at 11:52 and a 2 at 117 miles an hour. Shepard in that right lane with 11:32 and a 6, 112.27 miles per hour. Kim DeShields, left side, out of Smyrna, Tennessee. Nice looking motorcycle here on the right side. Do you guys call them motorcycles or motorcycles? Because we've got bicycles and motorcycles. Should it be bicycles and motorcycles? I've wondered about that. Right side with a 1095 and an 811 miles an hour. DeShields in that left lane, 1126 and a 7, 120.20 miles per hour. Nice looking baggers pulling in here with Russ Johnson from Canada. They're on the right side. That beautiful looking silver bagger in the left lane. That's Jim Clark, comes out of Sterling Heights, Michigan. If you're headed up Van Dyke Avenue there out of Detroit, you get around 17 Mile. That's Sterling Heights, Michigan. Clark goes across 1090 with a 4 at 120 miles an hour. Johnson, slowing off a little bit for this particular class, being a 1090 class, runs a 1415 with a 173 miles an hour. Struggled a little bit. We know he'll get that straightened up, and he'll be back better than ever. Mike Wallace, right side. William Grove, left lane. William comes out of Dallas, Georgia. .1095 and a 9, 112 for Wallace out of Indianapolis in that right lane. That left lane with Grove, 1081 and a 1, 112. Scott Lerg, left side. Bill Harper, right lane. .1093 and a 603 miles an hour for Bill Harper out of Canton, Ohio there on the right side. Scott Lerg puts down an 11:33 and a 920 miles an hour out of Langsburg, Michigan. Next pair, Matt Hawkins, right side. Left lane, Larry Stevens. Good lap for Matt and Larry. Larry in that left lane, 11:19 and a 7, 119 miles an hour. Matt Hawkins, 11:09 and a 2 at 116 miles per hour. James Gary coming out of Mississippi, loading up on the right side. Left lane has Bob Bill out of Alexandria, Kentucky. John Bradley, left lane. Chad Trainer, right side out of Kentucky. Bluegrass going down that right lane. Hoosier in the left lane. Bradley with a nice 54 getting started here at the tree. Goes across with a 1092 and a 714 miles an hour. Trainer, the Bluegrass rider in the right lane, 1124 and a 115 miles an hour. Bryce Creek's back up. Is on the left side. And a nice looking bike here in the right lane lining up, turning on the top bulbs. $11.19 in the 3 at 115 miles an hour for that bike in the right lane. And the rider, Bryce Creek, there in that left side, goes 115 miles an hour. Has an ET of 11.16 with a 7. Right side pulling up, turning on the bulbs. Robert sits in that left lane. .158 reaction for the left lane, 159 reaction for the right lane. Sits on the left lane, is going to get there first at 11.13 into 2 at 177 miles an hour. Right lane just 100th behind on the reaction, 11.14 and an 8 at 99 miles per hour. Denny Nygren, left lane. Beautiful candy apple red bike here on the right side. Nice throaty sound from that bike taking that right side. Right lane goes 944 and an 8, 136 miles an hour. Denny, 1106 and a 1 at 124 miles per hour. Okay, changing classes here. Going to the 990 Super Gas class. Thomas Crava out of Des Moines, Iowa, left side. Out of Cary, North Carolina in that right lane, that's Mr. Mike Best. Crava jumped the start just a little bit. He's not going to have any time. We know he'll get that straightened out and worked out, and he'll be back better than ever in that left lane. Best goes across with a 1092 with a 0, 115. Remember, this is a 990 class, so they're looking to run as close to 990 as they can get. This is our last sportsman class for our first round of qualifying. Olin Miller out of Volunteer State, right lane. That left lane out of Missouri, that's Andy Horn. Miller, right side, 1027 and a 425 miles an hour. Andy Horn, also 125 miles an hour in that left lane. Runs 988 and a 9. So just a fuzz quicker than that 990, but he's close. Chad Kaplinger, right side. Robert Alther, coming out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right side. Nice 25 reaction for Bob there in that right lane. Rolls through the beams at the big end with a 10.17 and a 6 at 126 miles an hour. Chad in that left lane, 10.13 and a 3, 129. Kurt Stuckenscheider, Jefferson City, Missouri, left lane. Jeremy Wilson out of West Unity, Ohio, in the bagger here on the right side. .10.02, 134 miles an hour for that right lane rider of Jeremy Wilson. Kurt, 0.20 reaction time up front. Runs a 10.49 flat with 100-mile-an-hour speed in that left lane. John Schatz out of Illinois, left side. Nice looking Harley leathers on the bike here on the right side. Schatz with an 0.42 reaction here on the tree. John Schatz in that left lane, 986 and a 1, 128 mile per hour. That right lane, 984 and a 3 at 133 miles per hour. Next pair in, and I think it's the last pair for this round of sportsman qualifying. Kimberly DeShields out of Smyrna, Tennessee on the left side, and Heather Jendrick out of Toledo, Ohio. In the right lane. Heather J, 10.20 with an 8, 128 miles an hour. Kimberly DeShields in that left lane, 10.64 and a 3, 126. Okay, that does it for our sportsman classes for now. We are going to go in and do some brooming and grooming and scrubbing on our track and doing some prep here. Probably a little scrub and rub there. And I'm going to be going quiet here for just a little bit. Thanks for everybody out there in the chat bleachers, watching in and listening in on Motor Mania TV's YouTube channel. I'm going to say thank you again to our live feed sponsors: Westside Twins, Circle M Ranch, White Lightning Racing, Stewart Top Fuel Harley, Baker Drivetrain, Sandy Run Arms, and Ammo. After our prep, when we come back, that's going to be in a few minutes, we're going to go into Top Fuel and Pro. We're going to be a few minutes before we get there, and we're going to do some good track prep. Fuel classes, pro classes, you are on standby. I am not calling you just yet, but you are on standby, please. You're on deck.
my life, it's the rodeo. Games lost and had some games won too. Long as I'm shooting 50-50, I'ma make my way through. Don't play around unless I'm playing round two. Only one shot for it all in life, it ain't no round twos. All gas, no brakes, all work, no play, all night, all day, I'm moving too legit. All gas, no brakes, all work, no play, all night, all day, nah, I could never quit. I still give my all to life, nothing less. Started at the bottom, had some problems, still had no regrets. Sitting at the top, you didn't notice yet. Moving around in silence, try to hide it till it's obvious. I swear my last time won't be my last time. I was never winning on the front, I like the back nine. I live in the moment, not the past time. Sorry for my sin and never tripping about my past life. Whatever passes past, pain with a grain of salt. With every win is lost, put on a smile and laugh. Can't ever pack a bag, I'm going back to back. I'm home and gone so fast, it's like I'm playing tag. Use my 24, my heart like 24. Got that mental up, I'm built up for the war. Would say I'm doing road, but really I saw. Almost gave it up, and now I want more. Plan B, I ripped it up when I was on the ledge. I was holding on for hope, I only had a thread. Rose up when they fell, I'm standing when they said. This ain't no game of show, my life is not a script. Now it's all work, no play. Put in my time, it's over, filling my cup. All night, all day. Around the clock and I won't never catch up. All gas, no brakes, all work, no play. All night, all day, I'm moving too legit. All gas, no brakes, all work, no play. All night, all day, nah, I could never quit. I still give my all to life, nothing less. Started at the bottom, had some problems, still had no regrets. Sitting at the top, you didn't notice yet. Moving around in silence, try to hide it till it's obvious.
From
ice hand. Have you heard the cry of pain? Have you felt the aching hunger and tears falling like rain? Can we find hope for tomorrow? Can we find a helping hand that can ease the pain and sorrow for every woman, every man?
All right, here we go. This is modified. We're going into the Fuel and Pro classes right now. Here's our modified class with Russ Johnson. He's out of Ontario, Canada. He's coming around here on the left side. And that right lane is Kim DeShield. She's from Talmadge, Ohio. Russ is on a 2023 bike. And Kim's riding a 1997 model bike. All you folks out there in the stands, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for playing along. All you guys out there in the chat bleachers, we love you. Kim Shields with a 009 reaction time in that right lane. Whoa, that's a good reaction time, Kim. 9:54 and a 3 on that right side for DeShields, 136 miles an hour. Russ goes to the top of the page with a 9:28 and a 4 to 135 miles an hour. We're going to roll a Pro Bagger right now. Chad Walschlager on the left side out of Battle Creek on a 17 V-twin. Crosby Blair coming out of the Volunteer State. Right side, that's a 14 V-twin. This is the Pro Bagger class. .920 with a 9 for Crosby in that right lane, 144 miles an hour. 077 reaction time. Chad in that left lane, 10:06 and a 5 and 131. A couple of more Pro Baggers coming in here. Scott Tomsu, left side, out of Louisiana. Newcastle, Indiana's Jeremy Williamson. And that white V-twin going down the right side. Newcastle, Indiana. 076 on the reaction for Jeremy. He goes across 8 flat with a 2. Obviously, that's going to put him right up the top of the page, 169 miles an hour. Scott Tomsu goes to the second spot for qualifying for now, 9081 at 153. Couple of more Pro Baggers. Shannon Poor, left side. Rick Honeycutt, right lane. Both these riders making the haul in from Newcastle, Indiana. Poor is going to get there with an 881 and a 7, 148 miles an hour. Honeycutt struggling a little bit with that 03 bike down that right side, but putting in a good effort. We know we'll get it straightened up. He'll get that straightened up for our next run. He ran a 1477, 84 miles an hour. We know Rick's going to put that back together, and he'll be back here in a couple hours to lay down a good lap. Looks like we've got one Pro Outlaw, Tim Grindle out of Hopewood, Pennsylvania. He's on a 91 bike, 1991 bike here on the right side. Good lap for the Hopwood, Pennsylvania rider. Tim runs 8:47 and a 171 miles per hour. Nice lap there. I think I said Hopewood the first time. That is Hopwood. We do have our souvenir shop open right in behind, or I should say right in front as you're walking toward the Hot Rod Grill. Stop in there and say hi to Sweet Amanda. Got great merchandising and some vintage merchandising there. Hats, caps, different types, sweatshirts, T-shirts. Got some vintage things in there as well, vintage trading cards, those kind of things. If you're interested in that, stop in there and get you a good souvenir. Good stuff there. Got some vintage T-shirts as well. And be sure to hit that Hot Rod Grill and get you some good vittles there. It's good stuff. If that Weldon's Ice Cream is open, my goodness, I can't recommend that highly enough. That's some beautiful stuff. Great stuff made right here at Buckeye Lake, just not too far from here, and that's a real treat. So, hey, get you some good ice cream. Make it an afternoon. Have a good time. Okay, got one more pro bag up here. One more pro bagger. Sorry about that. Got to hit Swit first, don't I? Taking the left side. That's coming out of Hazlitt, Michigan on the 99 V-twin. Left lane, that's Burt Baker, pro bagger. 130 on the reaction. 134 to 60. 562 at the 8th. 861 and a 5 at 161. 48 miles per hour. Guys, hang right in there. Hang right in there. We're going to be coming around with a few more fuel and pro classes momentarily. Okay, folks, what you see lining up in front of you is Pro Fuel. If you're out there in the stands, these are going to be some exciting bikes and riders to watch here. It's brought to you by Hawaii Racing for Pro Fuel. Also, reminder, riders and Pro Fuel, be sure you go across the scales. Be sure you hit those scales. Hawaii Racing is sponsoring the Pro Fuel class. We're going to be bringing them out here. You can see them lining up, getting ready. First pair coming out is going to be here on the left side. It's going to be John Jenkins coming out of Fort White, Florida. And out of Palestine, Illinois, right lane, Jim Martin. Okay, quick adjustment. Instead of having the first pair, we're going to have a single. And that is still going to be Jim Martin there on the right side out of Palestine, Illinois. As you hear him firing up, he's going to take the single down the right side. You can see Mr. Martin pulling up. He's got the top bulb on. He's rolling in. He's ready. Flat out getting it. 194 on the reaction. Runs 8,005 on the ET at 152.11 miles per hour, leaning into that thing. If you are out in the grandstands here, they ride those bikes basically with their feet as rudders, and they're using their butt to steer. Man, they are some skilled, fearless riders. Very, very skilled. I am always so impressed with these guys that ride these bikes. So for now, that's going to put him, since he's the only one that's run, that puts him at the top of the page for the qualifying order. Sponsor for the Pro Fuel is Hawaii Racing, remember. Okay, left side. Now we're going to have John Jenkins. He's coming out of Fort White, Florida on the left side. Jenkins off on a good pass. Gets it out there a little bit past an 8th mile. Kind of rolls out of it a little bit. Goes across at 113.49 miles per hour. Has an ET of an 8:46 and a 5. Hawaii Racing Products is proud to be an AMRA Pro Fuel title sponsor for this season. 40-plus years in the Harley racing industry, and there's many past and current champions rely on Ohio racing products to stay up front. Innovative products like our Derringer line of racing engines, drivetrain components, the quickest and fastest drag racing wheels on the planet. Ohio racing products can get you into the winner's circle. They are presently located in Millers Creek, North Carolina, specializing in research, development, and manufacturing of drag racing motorcycles, parts, and safety equipment for Harley-Davidson racing motorcycles. They also provide high-performance parts and service for street-driven Harleys as well. The facilities include in-house machine shop, where they can take care of your racing and specialty parts with their own or on their own line of Derringer racing engines. Drag race chassis, body parts, nitro carburetors, slipper clutches, belt drive systems, fuel injection systems, and drivetrain components are manufactured. Ohio Racing Pro Fuel sponsor. Thank you, thank you. Now I do believe we've got a pair of these Pro Fuel bikes coming in out of Asheville, North Carolina. Asheville, North Carolina, Mary Dangro here on the right side. Mays, Kansas is where the left lane bike and rider are coming from. That's Kenneth Holtman. Top bulbs pre-stage, stage, they're out of here. Mary jumped just a little too soon. She's not going to get a time run because she left before the trees activated. We know she'll get that taken care of. Kenneth Holtman makes a nice pass down through there. 8:30 with a 5 ET and 163 miles per hour. Oh, so close for Mary. It is such a delicate procedure. Getting that tree just right. And you got to be pushing it sometimes. And when you push it, you'll sometimes go red or you'll do what Mary did. So she's right up on top of it. She's aware of what's happening. Good rider. She'll be back better than ever. Next pair getting ready to fire up. Left side is Brian Conley Jr. Comes out of Betcher, Illinois. And the right lane is Jay Beasley, making the toe in from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Love those burnouts from Conley and Beasley. Crew chiefs making their final adjustments on the bike. As they step away, those riders are going to ease in, turn those top bulbs on. being patient with themselves and with each other. They want to make a real nice stage here so that they can get the best reaction time. Preparation for eliminations tomorrow afternoon. Brian Conley, Jay Beasley running it hard toward the big end. Beasley's going to get there first. 7:79 and a 7 at 158 miles an hour. That's going to put him at the top of the qualifying order. Conley struggling a little bit down through there and running a 13.20. We know he's going to be better than that when it comes back for the next round of qualifying. He'll figure it out. Right now, Jay's on top of the qualifying page. 7:97. Martin in at number 2, 8 flat with a 5. Holtman, number 3, 8:30 with a 5. And Jenkins with an 8:46 and a 5. Another pair of riders getting ready to hop aboard their motorcycles. What you hear firing up right now is John McConnell and Darren Brickman. Darren Brickman out of Clearwater, Florida. Here's on the right side, right lane. Left lane is at John McConnell, comes out of Fort Ashby, West Virginia. McConnell riding a 2023 bike, and Darren Brickman a 2021. Okay, we got all the bulbs lit. John and Darren are off and going at it. John jumped a little too soon. Was not going to get a time. He left before the tree was actually activated. Darren jumped a little too soon too, and he struggled with a little bit of... He had a little bit of mechanical trouble down through there and rolls through the beams at 15:29 in the 9 at 69 miles an hour. So those guys are going to be looking forward to the second round of qualifying. Left lane coming out of High Springs, Florida. That's Walter Holonsky. And out of Chapin, South Carolina, the Pro Fuel champ for 2024 is lining up over there in that right lane. That's Mr. Sam White. Carries the #1 placard for winning the championship last year for this particular class. Race fuel and tire smoke. Very few combinations in life smell quite like that, and that good. We got the bulbs all lit up, and here we go. Clean tree for both of them. Walter hanging onto that thing, leaning into it, making a solid lap. Great skill in riding there for Holonsky. Goes across 846 with a 3 at 158.3 miles per hour. That's going to put him right in the number 4 slot. Sam, he let off and rolled out a little bit early. 10:39 in a Ford, 79 miles an hour. That puts him right now in the number 6 spot. The bump spot right now is 15:29 and a 9. You got to be a little bit quicker than that 15:29.9 to get in here. Jason Leeper, right side, coming out of Spencer, Indiana. And out of South Houston Town, Texas, Haley Kalk. There in the left lane, riding a 2006 bike. Leeper on the right side, riding a 22 model motorcycle. Crew chiefs making those vital final adjustments for each bike and each rider. And then they step away and let that rider go to work. Leeper's in, Kalk is in, and they're both off. Jason Leeper, on the right side, runs a 10:15 with a 136 miles an hour. That's going to put him in the number 7 slot. Haley falls into the number 6 spot. She run a 9:83 and a 3 at 117 miles an hour. Right now, our top speed for this particular category for first round of qualifying is 163.24 miles per hour, and that's Kenneth Holton. He sits comfortably in the number 3 spot. He ran an 8:30 with a 5. Bump spot has gone down to a 10:39 and a 4. You got to be a little quicker than a 10:39 and a 4. Rocky Jackson, Richlands, North Carolina. Left lane's going to be a single. Remember, got to be quicker than a 10:39 with a 4 to get into the field for tomorrow's show. Rocky's looking to rock and roll it down that left lane. Rocky Jackson easing in. Got the top bulb. That's a pre-stage bulb lit up for all you out there in Motor Mania land or in the stands. And then the fully staged light comes on, and he's obviously down and out of here. Rolled hard into that throttle. Runs a 780 with a 7 at 165.66 miles per hour. Puts him solidly in the show for tomorrow at number 2. Beasley still sitting at the top with a 779 and a 7. Kyle Rogers is going to be taking a single down the right side. Bump spot right now is at a 10.151. Got to be quicker than that to get in the show for tomorrow. Kyle Rogers finishing up with his burnout. Getting the pre-stage, pulling down the visor. Turns on the pre-stage bulb. He's fully staged. He gets the tree. He runs it through at 9.601 elapsed time with a speed of 133.90. That's going to put Kyle right there in the number 7 spot. Nice spot to be, number 7. Since Kyle went into the number 7 spot, that's going to put Haley Kalk into the number 8 spot. She has an ET of a 983 with a 3. She is now on the bump. You got to be faster than what Haley ran at a 983.3 to get in the show. They will have a couple extra opportunities to go at it later this afternoon, but that's where we're at right now with Haley Kalk on the bubble. Bike number 606 in that right lane. Got a little bit out of the groove, decided, hey, I'm going to roll out of this thing. And I'm going to save this and race here and run it again here in just a couple hours. So He takes it across with 11:46. Not quite enough there, but made a nice pass, made a real good decision there, and rolled out of it right around the 700-800 foot mark. .983 with a 3 is still the bump. That's Miss Caulk in there. So this rider here on the right side is looking to go quicker than a 983 and a 3. You heard it, struggled. Rolled out of it about the 60-foot mark. Had a good lap until then, but just didn't feel right to the rider. Says, hey, I'm going to wait, do some adjustments, and come back in a little bit. That should do it for our Pro Fuel class. That should take care of it. John Beasley's sitting at the top with a 779 right now, all the way back down to number 8, Haley Caulk. She's at a 983. Rocky Jackson, number 2. Jim Martin, 3. Kenneth Holtman, 4. Walter Holonsky, 5. John Jenkins, 6. Kyle Rogers, 7. That's your qualifying order. Those are the ones who are in the show for tomorrow as of right now. And there's about 6 more that's going to try to get in, including last year's champ Sam White. Right now we're going to be rolling into Nitro Funny Bike. Nitro Funny Bike up next. Right side is Cameron Gunter out of Marshall, North Carolina. Cameron wears the number 1 on his bike, as he was last year's champ for Nitro Funny Bike. He is last year's champ, so he's going to be coming out here in the first pair on the right side, alongside Jordan Peterson out of Tatanka, Iowa. Cameron Gunter's coming in from Marshall, North Carolina, there in the right lane. He lets out of it about the 3:30 mark. Jordan Peterson, man, had a great reaction time, 0:10 getting started. And Gunter, hey, he had a 64 on the tree. So that's going to put Jordan Peterson right up top there with that 873, 102 temporarily anyway. You saw Jordan out there with that right foot way out there. If you're new to this kind of racing, that's how they steer these bikes. It's part of the way they steer these bikes. Fabulous, fabulous skill for these riders. Great nerve, great concentration, great skill for the folks that get on these motorcycles. For all you sportsman riders, I know you're scheduled to go at 2:30. You're on hold right now, but you are on deck. I'll be calling you in a little while just to give you a heads up, but you're on hold right now. You'll notice the bike coming out on the left side here. The rider as well as the crew are dressed in camo. Those leathers that the rider's wearing are a special set of camo for this particular team. They do that in honor of all service members. So all branches of the military service are represented and are being paid highest of honors here by this particular team. And we sure do appreciate it. I, especially being a veteran from way a long time ago, I do appreciate when people step up and say thank you. And unfortunately, the Military Honors bike has had a little bit of a mechanical difficulty, and they're going to push that thing back. We wish them the best. We know they'll get that all taken care of, and they'll be ready for the next. We know they'll be ready here in another hour and a half or so to make that next lap. We are going to have a single down the left side for one more Nitro funny bike. I got to tell you, there's nothing funny about these bikes. They run on Nitro, and there's nothing funny about them. It's a colorful, catchy name, but boy, there's nothing funny about them, and especially there's nothing funny about these riders that get on these things and rock and roll down those strip with them. This is Ray Robinson out of Sodus, New York, on the left side. Going to be making that single run. You heard it. You saw it. And Ray wisely just kills the power to that thing and pulls it over toward the wall. That's what good racers do. We really appreciate that. Ray, that's nice for everybody. Folks, if you're new to this, riders get over toward the wall if they've broken as quickly as possible. That's way just in case. It's just in case they are having any fluid coming out. It gets over toward the wall and out on the track. So that's really good sportsman and really good riding there by Ray Robinson. We appreciate that a whole lot. We've got somebody going out on four-wheel drive and taking a walk out there, going to do a track inspection and help push him off as well. We have an absolutely fabulous on-track team here at National Trail Raceway. I promise you, this track is prepped as good as anywhere you go in the country. When you come out here to run, you can bet your last dollar that the track's going to be good. Ray, we wish you the best, buddy. We hope to see you back here in an hour and a half or two. Got a little quiet time, 2:30. Hey, when we get done here with the fuel class, if you're close to the Hot Rod Grill, stop in and get you a snack. Stop in, get you a snack at Hot Rod Grill or one of the other food vendors that are down there. Stop in at the souvenir shop and say hi to Sweet Amanda for all your merchandising needs and wants. Fun stuff down there. While we got a quiet minute. Also, we got RFC Chapel service tomorrow, 9 a.m. in the Jegs Suite. That's the second floor here in the main tower. Dave Fernandez is going to be officiating that particular service. Should be fun, good time. Everybody's welcome. That's a non-denominational chapel service. And everyone is welcome. Okay, viewers at home, out in the chat bleachers. We're going to be right back. We're going to run some ads for you here on Motormania TV as we get Ray Robinson pushed off. Momentarily, we'll be back momentarily. And we'll look forward to getting back at it. Thanks for tuning in there on YouTube. Appreciate it. Thanks to Sandy Run Arms and Ammo, Baker Drivetrain, Stewart Top Fuel Harley, White Lightning Racing, Circle M Ranch, and West Side Twins for sponsoring our live feed today. Buddy Johnson takes it across with 11:44. Struggled a little bit out there. We saw that. We know that we'll get that he'll get it straightened up, him and his team. We'll be back here later this afternoon. They do have 2 more attempts at their qualifying passes. And I promise you these teams will make the most of every pass, and they will make the appropriate adjustments. Again, this class being sponsored by Circle M Ranch and Johnny Mancuso. Sportsman, you are still on hold. You're on deck for now. I'll be calling you in a little bit, but for now, you're just on deck. Rolling in from Belmar, New Jersey, here on the left side, that's Robert Willis in a 2006 bike. We are going to have singles down the left side for the remainder of our top fuel bikes. And they will be alternating each time they come up. They'll be alternating lanes as they come up for each qualifying pass. Robert Willis out of the Garden State. Crew making the final adjustments and stepping back. Okay, Robert led off at about between 100 and 200 feet out there, and just for fun, he took out a couple of cones as he went down through there. Those will be reset momentarily, and we'll get right back at it. That's not something he did on purpose by any means out there, and he did some good riding, keeping that bike under control. We know he'll go a lot quicker and a lot faster this next run here in a couple hours. Weather conditions here at National Trail Raceway, for those of you out there in Motor Mania land. We're running about 68 degrees right here at the track right now. And we got a little bit of wind, not too much. Humidity's running about 57%. So we do have a little bit of it. Our density altitude is 1686 right now. Relative air density, 95.16. And that's where we're running as of right about now. And we do have a clean radar, which is good, which is wonderful. And we have a good forecast for tomorrow for race day. Top Fuel bike here in the left side right now. This is out of the Jay Turner stable. They run 4 different Top Fuel Harleys. Jay was last year's champ. Struggling to get a hold of that track there on the left side. At a 160 to the 60 foot. Pulls up and rolls out of it. Getting ready to fire up out of Clarkston, Michigan. That's Paul Anderson. Paul Anderson, I believe that's what everybody's looking for. Goes to the top of the page. Runs a 683 with a 3, 210.44 miles an hour. Making that full pass. Nice solid run down that left lane. Down Pennsylvania, 2000 ride. Michael laying down a lap of 6:97.6 at 159.82 miles per hour, and that puts him in the number 2 spot. Jimmy McMillan comes in from DeLand, Florida. You saw the flames. It was exciting and it looked hot. Jimmy decided to get out of that one, come back in a couple hours and try it again. And hopefully, he'll be able to make the call here for the next qualifying session here in a couple hours. And as he makes his way off the big end, the track officials are walking it, making sure the track's good and tight and there's no any kind of debris or any kind of fluid on it. And looks like everything's pretty good. And that's always a good thing. Out there in the chat bleachers, JJ is asking, is Pro Fuel the same as Top Fuel? No, those are two separate classes. I know they look similar, they act and react similar, but those are actually two separate classes. Nice question there. Appreciate chiming in. And we just got the word that the track is clear. That's always great. John Toth is firing up his ride here in that left lane. He comes from Twilight, Pennsylvania, and John was the number 5 finisher in Top Fuel for the American Motorcycle Racing Association last year. So we know he is aware and very aware. He knows how to get it done. He knows how to get it done. John makes it out there to about the 8th mile, just about the 8th mile thereabouts, and decides to roll out of it and click off it. He rolls through with an 882 at 106 miles an hour. That does put him in the number 3 spot, in behind Michael Balk and Paul Anderson. Paul sitting at the top of the board with a 683 and a 3. That was Tim Kerrigan out of California, Novato, California. 685 and a 9, 204 miles an hour. That puts him nice and solid right in the number 2 spot. Okay, sportsman, it's your turn. Come on to the lanes. Sportsman, come on to the lanes. Eliminator. Lane 6, Hot Street, lane 4. The 1030 class, lane 5. Street Bagger, lane 2. 1150 class, lane 3. 930 class, lane 4. You're going to fall in behind the Hot Street Bikes, 930. And the 990 class, you're going to fall into lane 5, and you're going to fall in behind the 1030 class. And then the 990, you're going to go to lane 2. Eliminator, lane 6. Hot Street, lane 4. 1030 class, lane 5. Street Bagger, lane 2. 1150. Lane 3. You guys come on, come on. We are going to be ready for you momentarily. This is Chris Heisler coming up from Glasgow, Kentucky. Chris getting out of it early, still goes across with an ET of a 9066 at 105 miles an hour. That puts him in the number 5 spot. He got out there just after the 330 mark. Said, I think I'm going to roll out of this one. We do have a bump spot now of 20.851. The next qualifier coming up is Sam Companion. Boy, I hope I'm saying that right, Samuel. Out of East Peoria, Illinois. Sportsman Racers, Eliminator, lane 6. Eliminator, lane 6. Hot Street, lane 4. 1030, lane 5. Street Bagger, lane 2. And the 1150 class, lane 3. Good run there for Sam. He goes right to the top of the board. 673 with an 8, 205.26 miles per hour. That puts him at the top, and that bumps out Jimmy McMillan. Nice clean pass there for Ryan Perry. 074 on the reaction. He goes to the top of the qualifying board with a 654 with a 0, 200.59 miles per hour. And that puts Buddy Johnson down on the bump spot. Nice pass there for Ryan, 654 flat. And that's going to bring up number 2 in the points last year, Jordan Peterson from Tatanka, Iowa. Bump spot now for this field is 1144 with a 7. Okay, Jordan Peterson, number 2 in the AMRA last year for top fuel category. Pre-stage bulbs are lit, stage bulbs are lit. Mr. Carter gives him the tree. You see him putting that right foot out there, helping to steer that bike. 087 reaction time. 675 and a 6 at 213.43 miles per hour. That puts Jordan in the number 3 spot. And that bumps out Buddy Johnson. Chris Heisler at 9066 is on the bump right now. Nice straight pass there from Jordan. Took it right down the middle of the lane. Well, we got a quiet moment. Folks, please, unless you are pushing or moving a bike, please, there should be no pit vehicles whatsoever in the staging lanes. No pit vehicles in the staging lanes. We've got quite a few carts parked in lane 6. We're going to need to have those moved so we can get our Eliminator class in there. If you've got a pit vehicle, please move that out of the staging lanes. Tracy Kyle out of Asheville, North Carolina, coming in on a 2016 bike. Looking to run quicker than a 9066, which is the bump. Sportsman, we need Eliminator to lane 6, hot street. Lane 4, 1030 class, we need you to lane 5. Street bagger to lane 2. 1150 class, we need you to lane 3. Tracy Kyle hitting it hard, not quite feeling it, rolls out of it. Takes it across with a 1564 and a 5. He's going to have to come back and give it another try. That actually puts him in the number 10 spot. And you got to be 9066 or quicker to make this field. Couple of more shots. Folks, I'm going to do my best with this one. This is Juha Hituka Ian from Palm Coast, Florida. That's a really unique name, I got to tell you. It's the first time I've ever seen the first or the last name. Juha Hituka Ian. Comes out of Palm Coast, Florida. Okay, 930 class and sportsman class, come on into lanes 4. 1090 class, come to lane 5. 990 class, come to lane 2. Remember, you must alternate lanes each pass. Remember now, you got to alternate lanes each pass. But 930, you can come in to lane 4. You're going to be behind Hot Street. 1090, lane 5, you're going to be in behind the 1030 class. And then that 990 class, lane 2, you're in behind the street baggers. Juha takes it out about 330 and lets off of it. Rolls across with 1188, 70 miles an hour. Had a decent, fairly decent time there. 60 foot was a 127. Our bump is still 906 with a 6 here in Top Fuel. And we're going to go back and looks like we're going to run a few more Nitro Funny Bikes to be sure that everybody gets that first. And we got 2 more Nitro Bikes after that. We're going to work this one in. Okay. This does happen from time to time. Racers will decide, you know what, I don't think we got it yet, and they're going to push back, and that way they don't hold up anybody else. And we'll look for him back in the second qualifying hit, and we'll get right back into qualifying. Sportsmen, if you're not in the lanes, you need to get here. This is our last fuel bike. So if you're not here, sportsmen, you need to come onto the lanes, please. Well, that loud pop and a bang. We know that we're going to have to go check the track for that. That was our last fuel bike there. So Leonard's walking out there onto the track to make sure everything's good. Nathan's jumping on the quad. Going to do a quick check of the track. We're going back into sportsman racing momentarily. We are okay, so as soon as we get that bike off and everything's set up, we're going to roll right on into Sportsman. And we'll be right back with you in just a few minutes, just a few short minutes. 990, lane 4. 1090, lane 5. 990, excuse me, 930. I said 990. 930. Top Eliminator, 930, lane 4. 1090. Must be getting late in the afternoon. 930 class, lane 4. 1090 class, lane 5. 990 class, lane 2. That's a hop, skip, and a jump, and a backfire for myself. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
are our mistakes, we can never make it true. Our deception slips right through.
Back into the sportsman classes, starting out here with Eliminator. This is qualifying session 2. Left lane's got Bob Bill from Alexandria, Kentucky on a 1997 bike. John Ard out of Indianapolis here on the right side. And that Hunter orange helmet. Bob is in the left lane. He's sitting on the bubble down at number 16 right now. John's qualified in the number 2 spot. Both with a nice start. John 038 on the green. Good start for him. 11:34 and a 7 for John in that left lane. Bob with an 11 flat with a 4 at 119. That's going to bring up Jeremy Wilson and Jeremiah Bell. Jeremiah here on the right side out of Indianapolis, and Jeremy Wilson out of Berlin, Michigan. In the left lane. Wilson out of Michigan takes that left lane and takes the bike for a nice ride with 11:25 and a 9 at 117 mile an hour. Bell on that right side, good reaction with an 81. Goes across 14:30 with a 3, 91 miles an hour. Robert Sitz, he's the one coming in from Rockfield, Kentucky on the right side. And out of Grafton, Ohio is Denny Nygren. Sits with 11:57 and an 8 ET, mile per hour of 115. Denny had a 75 mile an hour run at 16:07. Over that left lane is Bryce Creek alongside Jim Clark. Jim Clark wears that number 1 plate on his bike this season. Out of Sterling Heights, Michigan. He was last year's champ in Eliminator. He goes across with a 1090 and a 9, 120 miles an hour. Bryce has an 1136 ET with 113 miles per hour. Chad Trainer. Left side, Mel Holland. Right lane. Chad Trainer, 009 reaction. Breaks the beams with an 1136 and a 916.33 miles an hour. Mel Holland out of Indianapolis, 072 reaction. 1220 with a 0 at 104.47 miles per hour. Out of Morning View, Kentucky on the right side, that's Mickey Kelly alongside Dan Bennett coming out of Akron, Ohio. Dan and Mickey both making nice passes there. Dan in that left lane, 11:39 and a 5 at 117 miles an hour. Mickey, 11:44 with a 2 on the right side at 114.22 miles per hour. Ryan Safran here on the right side. And Mike Wallace over in that left lane. Wallace, 10:68 with a 3, 119 miles an hour. Safran out of Homer Glen, Illinois. He goes across with 11:89 and a 5 at 102 miles an hour. And Ryan, this is also his first race for AMRA as well. He comes from stock car racing and demolition cars. Jeremiah Disbrow there on the right side alongside Steve Lacey out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, going down that left side. 10:84 and a 1 for Steve, 121 miles an hour. Jeremiah, 12:19 and a 1 at 105 miles per hour. Lance Rogalski, right side alongside Tony Curtis. Left lane with Curtis. 10:60 with a 4 ET at 111.89 miles per hour. Lance Rogalski, 13:89 and a 4 in that right side with 95 miles an hour. Out of Catawba, North Carolina, in that left lane is Jeremy Hall. Scott Lurd on the right side. Scott Lurg in that right lane, ET of 11:47 and a 4, 118.43 miles an hour. Jeremy Hall, 12:05 with an 812. That's going to bring up Corey Vantall on the left side alongside Mike Ravison. Both these guys coming down from Michigan. $12.23 and a 6 for Mike. Corey had a 13:01 and a 2 at 102 miles an hour. Cody Rozeski, right lane. CJ Tipping over in that left side. Good start for CJ and Cody. Cody had an 013 reaction, 097 over there for CJ in that left lane. Cody goes across the 11:88 and a 1, 108 miles an hour. CJ 13:63 and a 5 at 95 miles per hour. Gary Strait, Clayton Danford are the next pair up. Clayton pulling the wheel right there in the right lane. 022 reaction for Mr. Danford. Gary Strait takes it across 13:05 and a 1, 102 miles an hour. Clayton Danford 13:72 and an 8.95 miles per hour. Don White, left side out of Illinois, alongside Bill Harper. Right lane out of Canton, Ohio. Harper in that right lane, 10:97 and a 4, 118. Don White in that left lane, 12:43 and a 9, 102.87 miles per hour. Next pair up is going to be John Schneider, right side, and Chris Ussery out of Leland, Florida. Struggling just a little bit to get started. Looks like he's got it pulled back together and rolling right down Broadway. Left side with Ussery goes across the 11:13 flat at 115.78 miles per hour. Schneider, 12:92 and a 9, 112 miles per hour. Dustin Seymour right side alongside Sean Lumpizes. Oh, I said that wrong. From Southgate, Michigan. Sean Lapese from Southgate, Michigan. 15:37 with a 3 in that left lane, 62.63 miles an hour. And a Dustin Seymour coming out of Indiana. And that right side. Donnie Burchard, right lane, 12:46 and a 1, 105 miles an hour. That left lane put down a 12:39, 105 miles an hour. Dustin, I'm sorry that screen switched on me and I did not get your time announced. I do apologize. Robert Morris in the left lane, Kevin Winters, right side. We don't worry about that red light during qualifications. Winners, 11:59 and a 7 in that right lane, 97 miles an hour. Morass there on the left side, 11:72 and an 8, 114 miles per hour. Brings up Larry Stevens on the left side alongside Matt Hawkins in the right lane. Matt Hawkins in that right lane, 11:07 and a 3, 116, 10:99 and a 5 in that left lane for Larry Stevens. He runs 120.17 miles per hour. Tim Parker, Chris Hawkins. Hop there in that right side, 12.98 flat, 99 miles an hour. Tim Parker in that left lane, 12.60 with a Ford, 106.85. William Grove comes out of Georgia. He's in the left lane. Scott Lerater out of Ohio. He takes that right side, takes it across 13.12 and a 198 miles per hour. Grove in that left side, 15.61 and a 9 at 85 miles per hour. Russ Johnson, left lane. Jeremy Wilson, right side. We are into the hot street category, by the way. Hot Street is brought to you by Axtel. Russ Johnson, 985 and a 1 at 134. Puts him in the number 2 spot. Wilson runs a 988 and a 2 at 134. That puts him in the number 3 spot. Clayton Danford, left side, and Jason Crisp is on the right side. Currently, Jason's in the number 1 spot. Clayton's number 4. Clayton, 10.26 and a 5, not going to improve on his first pass. And Crisp kind of rolls out of it, and he runs across 19.54. He knows he's solid in the show for tomorrow. Going into our 10:30 class. Dave Dormus lining up on the right side. He sets in the number 2 spot. 10:32 is qualifying. That left lane's qualified 10 flat with an 8. That's the number 14 spot for the 10:30 class. This 10:30 class is brought to you by the BK Electric out of Smithton, Pennsylvania. Commercial and residential electrical work being completed. David at right side runs a 10.45 and a 1. Doesn't really improve. And left lane runs a 10.65. He ran a 10 flat that first one, so neither one improved on their first shot. Heather Jendrick, left lane, qualified solid with the number 6 at the number 6 spot, 10.43 and a 2. John Schatz, number 4, 10.37. John was last year's number 2 finisher in this particular class. And of course, Heather was the champ. He was Super Pro last year at 10:30 class. Shots does improve by about 600s. He runs a 10:31 with a 0 at 122 miles an hour. Heather improves just a little bit as well, 10:15 and a 5. Olin Miller out of Bethpage, Tennessee, rolling in here on the left side. Number 5 qualifier as of right now. Right side qualifier number 9. Quick start, 040 reaction for that rider in the right lane. Improves time there, 10:16 with a 119 miles per hour. Olin runs a 10:31 and 7, 127, improving by about 100th. Robert Mallory, currently qualified in the 7th spot, left lane, and Lauren Potter, right side, qualified in the number 5 spot. Mallory's got a 10:46 for that number 7 spot. That number 5 spot with Potter being held down with a 10:34. Just like everyone else is. Lauren Potter, 10:41 and a 9. Slowing down a little bit on ET, 122 miles an hour. Won't improve there. Robert runs a 10:82 and a 2, 123. Nothing better than the number 7 spot and what he already sitting there. Troy Fitro, left side, currently in number 12. Kevin Danforth, right side, currently sitting in 14. And Danford goes across first, 10:44 and a 7. Won't improve on that spot for 14. 11:30 with a 1 for Troy over on the left side. Will improve about 900ths on that 10:39. Matt Hauser, right side alongside Ian Fix. Fix currently qualified number 9. And Hauser sitting in the number 12 spot. Hauser 10:41 with an 8. Nice jump there, about 0.3 improvement. Fix runs a 10:41 and a 4, jumping up about a 1/10 there for Ian. Nice passes for those two riders. Denny Nagrin over here on the right side, and Steve Lacey left lane. Left lane, Steve's currently qualified number 2. Number 14 for Denny. Looks like Denny's going to kind of ease on down through there. And Steve is going to run a 10:40 with a 3, not going to improve on his first pass. And, of course, neither will Denny Nygren. Going into Street Bagger. Being sponsored by Thunder Max. Out of Houston town, Jimmy Makrantz on the right side. Nick Bowie in that left lane. Jimmy's currently qualified number 1 in the street bagger class. Not going to improve on his first run. 9:74 with a 6. Still hanging tough in number 1. Nick's going to move into the number 3 spot. Nick also was the number 5 finisher last year in street bagger. Keith Evans coming up alongside Jeff Boudreau. Jeff's here on the right side. Keith in that left lane. Keith with the number 7 spot. Jeff qualified number 6 currently. Evans getting a nice wheel there, shifting. And Jeff laid down over real tight to the tank. 10:36 and a 5 for Keith. Number 7 is where he's going to stay, and Jeff's going to stay in the number 6 spot. Jeff, by the way, is the number 4 finisher in last year's points. That's going to bring up David Cartwright. He was your number 2 finisher in this class for last year. He's currently qualified number 5. Tom Boone out of Mount Washington, Kentucky is on the left side, currently qualified number 2 for eliminations tomorrow. Cartwright getting a nice wheel out there about 60 feet on that shift. Puts it back down and trucks it down the middle of the lane, as does Boone. 10-16 with a 3. Not going to do any better there for Boone. Cartwright going to hang in the number 5 spot with a 10-23. Number 8 qualifier Ryan Minnick on the left side. Number 14 qualifier Patrick Blakey. This is now the 1150 class, by the by. .12:23 for Patrick Blakey there in the right lane. Will not improve on his first run. Ryan runs a 11.6 flat. Does not improve either. Dan Bennett, he's qualified in the number 2 spot currently, and James Gary qualified in the number 5 spot. Thundermax is sponsoring the Street Eliminator here as well as they did the other class. Appreciate them. Good passes here, it looks like, for Dan and James. 11.55 and an 8 will not improve Dan. He'll stay right in number 2. 11.69 and a 7 for James. He's not going to improve on his number 5 spot either. But nice passes for both riders. John Bradley, right side. Bryce Creek on the right side. And Bryce is number 6 qualifiers as well. And John Bradley set number 11. Bryce Creek finished number 4 in Eliminator. That's a little bit different class than this one. He did finish number 4 last year. Sportsman riders, you making a lot of great passes. And here's a fun pass. Bryce runs 11.44.4. Improves a little bit on his number 6. John Bradley runs an 11.44 and a 3. So that was a heads-up race. Bradley was 1/1000th quicker getting there. He was a little bit quicker on the lights, but their ETs were only 1/1000th difference. Bradley in that number 11 spot. John Poet the 3rd, number 10 qualifier right now in this particular class, which is stock eliminator, of course. Robert sits over there on the left side, number 17, not quite in the show just yet, hoping to bump in. John Poet, 11.88 and an 8. Doesn't improve on the first run, and Robert Sitz doesn't improve either. Runs a 12.92. Ryan Safran is coming around here on the left side. Remember, this is his first time running the AMRA. Alongside Chad Trainer. Chad sits in number 3 spot. Ryan, for his first race here in stock eliminator, he's sitting currently in the number 4th qualifying spot. Having a good first outing. .11.68 and a 4 for Chad. Doesn't improve on his first pass. Ryan Safran under an 11.70 with a 3. Does not improve on his first pass. They're both solidly in the show. John Schneider, number 13 qualifier currently on the left side. And Jeremy Wilson Currently qualified number 9, taking it right lane with a big fairing in the baggers. $11.79.9 for Wilson. Doesn't make any improvement. And Schneider slows down about 4 seconds. Robert Morris. Left side, Kevin Winters. On the right side, qualified in the number 7 spot currently. This is going to be Robert Morris's first shot at the 1150 class down that left lane. Four 100s separating him right up front at the light. Winters goes across 11:48, and a 4 will improve a little bit. And Robert Morris in that left lane makes an initial lap of 11:93.9 at 112. Cody Rozeski, left side alongside John Ard. In that right lane, John, number 19, not quite what he would like to have. Cody in the number 12 spot. $11.53 for John Ard. No improvement there. Cody Rozeski. Runs in 11.64 and a 7. He's going to bring up Tim Parker. Single down the left side. He needs to improve his run, and does a little bit. He had a 12.86 first time out, 12.84 and a 6. 103 miles an hour down the left side. Denny Nygren, set number 17, 12.41 and a 5. $12.62 with a 410 miles an hour. Doesn't improve on that first pass. Ran a 12.41 down that lane. The right lane, that first run there. Chad Walschliger. He made a pass of 10.35 that first pass. He's in number 6 as we roll into the top eliminator. That's the 930 class. Randy Erdman didn't have a time on the first one. So they're both looking to see what they can do. Randy runs a 9.49 and a 5 at 135 miles an hour. Chad, he runs a 10.42, so he slows down a little bit, about 700ths from his first pass. And Erdman out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin, does a nice job running that in the left lane. Mike Hauser out of Davenport, Iowa. On the right side, 9.81 was his first pass. A nice quick reaction. 009 Kurt Stuckenschneider runs a 9.62 and a 940.81 miles an hour. Doesn't improve on that 9.58. He sets on the number 3 spot currently, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow when we get to eliminations. We're just kind of keeping track of where they are in qualifying. Hauser runs a 9.93 with a 3 at 131. Aaron Schneider is going to be a single on the left side. Ran a 9.56 and a 7 on the first pass. 9:39 and a 5. Nice improvement over that first pass. 139 miles an hour. Steps up quite a little bit there. Just about 1400s. Jeremiah Disbro, left lane, and Tony Curtis on the right side. As we roll into this is Pro Eliminator. Yeah, this is Pro Eliminator, the 1090 class. I'm right there with you. 1093 and a 6 for Tony Curtis. No improvement on his 1079, that first pass. Disbrow, he runs at an 1120, which is quite a little bit. Steps up about 3/10 from that 1152 there in that first run. Jumping right up there just like he likes to, Bill Harper. Left side alongside Kimberly DeShields. Both riders showing some skill out there with their riding, looking good, holding them bikes into the center of part of that lane where they get that maximum traction. Kimberly, 11:17 and a 5. That's better than the 11:26 she ran a little while ago. 11:02 for Bill Harper. He'd run a 10:93, so no improvement over his first one there. James Gary, left side. William Grove, out of Dallas, Georgia, in the right lane. Gary comes out of Coldwater, Mississippi. .1085 and a 1 for James Gary at 107 miles an hour. Grove in that right side runs at 11:03 and a 6. There's no improvement for either one of those. Excuse me, no improvement for Groves. There was a good improvement for Gary there. Bryce Creek is in the left lane, and Crosby Blair here on the right side. Both looking to improve a little bit. .11:11 for Crosby Blair. Didn't no improvement there. Bryce Creek runs in 11:17. Slows down just a little bit there as well. They'll hang on to those first times. Bob Beal, right side alongside Mike Wallace. Bill there on the right side runs across at 11:25 and 116. Mike Wallace there in that left lane runs at 11:20. Neither one improve on their times from first round of qualifying. Steve Lacey here in the left lane, and John Bradley over on the right side. Bradley, 11:04 with a 119, no improvement from first pass. Steve Lacey, 11:24, slows down about a 10th. So either one, both of them made real solid passes and good starts there, but no improvement over their very first run. Matt Hawkins in the left lane alongside Larry Stevens. Hawkins in that left lane comes out of Morrow, Illinois, and Larry Stevens is out of Erie, Pennsylvania. 1/1000 separate them on the tree. 11:04 and a 7 for Hawkins in that left lane. That's some decent improvement, about 500s. Stevens goes across 10:91 and a 9. That's quite a little bit of a improvement there, about 2/10. Chad Trainer, right side out of Stamping Ground, Kentucky. Another bluegrass rider there in the left lane. That's Robert Sitz. Trainer in that right lane runs 11:35 and a 7, no improvement over that first pass. Sitz runs an 11:22, no improvement from his first pass, though. Made solid passes, got some good data, I'm sure. Denny Nygren, left side alongside Jim Clark. Jim Clark made an almost perfect pass for this 1090 class in that first run. He ran 1090 with a 4. Runs a little bit under the 1090 now. Break going just a little bit quicker. He runs a 1089 and an 8. Denny slows off a little bit. He had an 1106 and he runs a 12.5 on that pass. Scott Lurg in the right lane. Mystery rider taking that left side. The 11:16 and a 2 at 115 miles an hour. That's an improvement by about 300s for that left lane. Lurg runs 11:12 and a 9, 118. That's quite a little bit of an improvement, about 2/10. Tom Crava, right side alongside Robert Alford. Alford improving on that first pass. 10:01 and a 2 at 128. That is quite a little bit of an improvement there. About just a little over a tenth, about a tenth and a half. Craver runs a 995 and a 9 at 130 miles an hour. Andy Horn, as we change into Super Gas, the 990 class here on the right side, alongside Olin Miller in that left lane. Rolling into the 990 Super Gas class. $9.95 dead on for Andy Horn, 118 miles an hour. 10:23 and a 3 for Olin Miller in that left lane. Improves there a little bit, about 400s. Mike Best out of North Carolina in the left side, and John Schatz. Right side. John was your number 2 finisher last year in this class. Donnie Huffman was your champ last year, by the by. John Schatz, 994 and a 6. 128 miles an hour. Mike Best, 11 and a 9. Didn't improve. John put down a nice lap there. Chad Kaplinger here out of West Alexandria, Ohio on the right side. Left lane is Heather Jendrick. Heather was, she's running here in the Super Pro class right now, or excuse me, in the Super Gas class right now, but she was your Super Pro champ last year. How good is that? Heather goes across 10, 0-1, and a 4 to 126. She improves just almost 2/10 on her first pass. Chad goes across 10-10 and an 8, which is about a 1/10 better than what he did on his first pass. Jeremy Wilson, left lane. Wilson, 10.03 with a 5 at 134. That's not quite any improvement there from the first pass. Good solid pass. Right lane runs at 10.14. No improvement there from the first pass. They're making good passes. It's good fun racing up here. Kurt Stuckenschneider. Right side alongside Kimberly DeShields. .985 and a 5 for Kimberly. And Stuckenschneider runs a 989. Both of those improve nicely. Okay, Fuel and Pro classes. I'm going to call a couple of you, your classes, to the lanes. The rest of you are going to be on standby while you get your bikes ready. We're going to go ahead and call Zipper Modified to lane 3. We're going to call Pro Baggers to lane 2 for now. Go ahead and bring them on up. Modified and Pro Baggers. Modified come to 3, Pro Bagger come to lane 2. Also, while we've got a little bit of downtime, there should be no pit vehicles at all in the staging lanes whatsoever. We do have areas just outside the staging lanes where you can park your vehicles, and we have some just just south of the staging lanes where there's plenty of places for golf carts as well. It's actually lined off for your golf carts. We're going to be doing some grooming and grooming, track prep here. So a little about 10 after 4 here. I've called Zipper Modified to lane 3 and Pro Baggers to lane 2. The rest of you other 4 classes, you guys be sure to get your bikes ready. We're going to be calling you back as fairly soon while we get the track ready. check out the Hot Rod Grill and the other food trucks that are down there. And if Weldon's is open down there, that ice cream, be sure to get some of that. Sweet Amanda is still at the souvenir store. She's going to be there for a little while longer. Get down there and get your really good merchandising down there. And I'm going to go quiet for just a little while, and I'll be back here momentarily. Glad you're here, everybody.
muscles and the strengths. Always answer those calls. All gas, no brakes. All work, no play. All night, all day. I'm moving too legit. All gas, no brakes. All work, no play. All night, all day. Nah, I could never quit. I still give my all to life, nothing less. Started at the bottom, had some problems, still had no regrets. Sitting at the top, you didn't notice yet. Moving around in silence, try to hide it till it's obvious. I don't like to talk about none till it's said and done. I don't really like to have fun like what you think is fun. I just really like what I like, and that's all I know. I was on a strike for my life, it's the rodeo. Games lost and had some games won too. Long as I'm shooting 50-50, I'ma make my way through. Don't play around unless I'm playing round two. Only one shot for it all in life, it ain't no round twos. All gas, no brakes. All work, no play. All night, all day. I'm moving too legit. All gas, no brakes. All work, no play. All night, all day. Nah, I could never quit. I still give my all to life, nothing less. Started at the bottom, had some problems, still had no regrets. Sitting at the top, you didn't notice yet. Moving around in silence, try to hide it till it's obvious. I swear my last time won't be my last time. I was never winning on the front, I like the back nine. I live in the moment, not the past time. Sorry for my sin and never tripping about my past life. Whatever passes past, paint with a grain of salt. With every win is lost, put on a smile and laugh. Can't ever pack a bag, I'm going back to back. I'm home and gone so fast, it's like I'm playing tag. Use my 24, my heart like 24. Got that mental up, I'm built up for the war. Would say I'm doing road, but really I soar. Almost gave it up, and now I want more. Plan B, I ripped it up when I was on the ledge. I was holding on for hope, I only had a thread. Rose up when they fell, I'm standing when they said. This ain't no game or show, my life is not a script. Now it's all work, no play. Put in my time, it's over, filling my cup. All night, all day. Around the clock and I won't never catch up. All gas, no brakes. All work, no play. All night, all day. I'm moving too legit. All gas, no brakes. All work, no play. All night, all day. Nah, I could never quit. I still give my all to life, nothing less. Started at the bottom, had some problems, still had no regrets. Sitting at the top, you didn't notice yet. Moving around in silence, try to hide it till it's obvious.
Unused sometimes, left alone in the heat of the night.
Okay, fuel and pro classes. I've already called modified to lane 3 and pro bagger to lane 2. I'd like to call pro outlaw to lane 4. Hawaii pro fuel to lane 3. Top fuel, lane 5. Nitro Funny Bike, you're going to fall in behind Pro Outlaw in lane 4. Modified, you're in lane 3. Pro Bagger, lane 2. Pro Outlaw, lane 4. Pro Fuel, lane 3. Nitro Funny Bike, you're going to be in lane 4 behind the Pro Outlaws. And then Top Fuel, lane 5. Come on, please. Tracks prep. Just about ready to rock and roll. So bring your bad selves to the lane and let's get after it. All you out there in the chat bleachers, thanks for joining in with us today. I want to say thanks to all our live feed sponsors. It's just West Side Twins, Circle M Ranch, White Lightning Racing, Stewart, Top Fuel, Harley, Baker Drivetrain, Sandy Run Arms and Ammo. Thank you to those great sponsors. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in the Jeg Suite. That's in the second floor of the tower here. There's going to be a non-denominational Racers for Christ chapel service. Dave Fernandez is going to be leading that up. Open and welcome to everybody. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we'll have the doors open up there well before that. We're going to be pulling modified bikes around here momentarily. They're sponsored this weekend by Zippers Performance Products. They're out of Elk Ridge, Maryland. They were established in 1978. And they're sponsoring from the beginning of 1978, building short track engines in a small garage, to our first commercial location, 1981. Zipper's been known for high performance results, measured on the racetrack since its inception. Zipper's success was first recognized in the Mid-Atlantic region, then nationally and internationally, with much credit due to the daily efforts of the Zippers team, success of the Zippers racing team, and the success of our many competition customers. Zippers Performance Products, thank you for sponsoring the modified class. Okay, we're going to start heading into modified here. And we got pro baggers in the lanes. Pro Outlaw, Pro Fuel, Nitro Funny Bike, and Top Fuel. Come right on, come right on. Outlaw, Pro Outlaw, lane 4. Pro Fuel, lane 3. Nitro Funny Bike, you fall into lane 4 and behind the Outlaws. And Top Fuel, lane 5. Come on, as we're getting started here. Okay, here we go with modified. George Futch out of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Riding the 03 bike there on the left side. Russ Johnson coming out of Canada in the 2023 bike there on the right side. Currently in the modified class, Russ Johnson sets on top, number 1 qualifier with a 9:28 and a 4. Okay, looks like George Futch is going to take a single down that left lane. Runs a 9:93 with a 2 at 119 miles per hour. Now we got Russ Johnson over here in the right lane. The left lane struggling a little bit. That's Kim DeShields there in that left lane. Johnson goes 9:035. Just quite a little bit of improvement. It's just about 25 hundredths improvement. Kim obviously is not, looks like she stopped down there and she's got over toward the wall. And we'll have the quad go down and push her off, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. We're going into Pro Bagger next. There was only 3 in the modified class. And we'll go to Pro Bagger momentarily. That's going to be Jeremy Wilson on the left side out of Newcastle, Indiana. Coming out of Crystal Lake, Illinois. Here on the right side is Nick Bowie. In Pro Bagger, Jeremy Wilson ran an 8.00 with a 2 at 169 miles an hour. First pass, that puts him at the top of the page. And Nick doesn't have a time for the first run, which we understand. Sometimes that happens. Okay, top end's been cleared, track's clean. Now we get to go to Pro Bagger with Jeremy Wilson, Nick Bowie. Remember now, Nick's here on the right side and Jeremy's over in that left lane. Pro Outlaw lane 4, Pro Fuel lane 3, Nitro Funny Bike in the back on lane 4, and Top Fuel lane 5. Good start for Jeremy and for Nick. $7.98 and a 2 for Jeremy. Puts him at the top of the page. 176 miles an hour. Nick runs a 9.92 and a 5 at 129. That puts him in the 6th spot. Chad Wolshiger out of Battle Creek. Left side alongside Shannon Poor. Shannon left before the tree was activated there on the right side, so there's no numbers there. He's still solid in this field of 8 at number 3. Chad ran 10.06 with a 5 at 131 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Crosby Blair on the right side and Burt Baker over in that left lane. Burt's sitting in the number 2 spot and Crosby's in the number 5. Blair with an 0.35 reaction in that right lane. 924, 148 miles an hour. That's no improvement over the first run. Burt Baker runs an 8.61 and a 5. Hanging in there in the number 2 spot, Scott Tomsu out of Louisiana. .1079 on that pass. That's not going to be an improvement. Scott's going to hang on to that first pass, keep him in the number 4 spot. Okay, here we go in Pro Outlaw, or as some folks would say, they might say Outlaw Street. Greg Futch out of South Carolina is going to load up here in the left side. In the right lane, Tom Grindle out of Hopwood, Pennsylvania is getting prepped. And Tim Grindle has finished in the number 2 spot in this category last year. He's currently in the number 1 qualifying spot. He ran an 8:47 and a 171.16 mile an hour in the first pass. Futch runs a 970 with a 918 miles an hour. And Tim Grindle looks like he's broke, and he's kind of rolling down along the wall there. Looks like he's still running, making his way down. So, Tim, we wish you the best, buddy. Hopefully you'll be back for the third qualifying round here in a little while. Hopefully it's not too bad. Second round qualifying for Pro Fuel, brought to you by Ohio Racing. John Beasley, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. These runs will all be in the left lane. Give you a heads up. All runs in the left lane. J rank 779 and 758.87. First pass. And he improves there about 800. Runs a 771 with a Ford 162. So he improves a little bit, and he stays right up at the top of the qualifying page. Haley Kalk rolling in next. She's from South Houstontown, Texas. She's sitting in the number 8 spot. Haley rolled out of that throttle momentarily. Still improved. She runs a 9.67 and 8, 140.65 miles an hour. So even with rolling out of that throttle and rolling back in, she runs a better time. Good for her. Good for Haley. Here's your number 14 qualifier. Didn't quite make the full pass. First time down. Well, that was way better than the first pass, for sure, for sure. Goes from the 14th spot right up to number 2. Runs a 780 with a Ford, 162.13 miles per hour. Falls right in behind Jay Beasley, right above Rocky Jackson by about 3 1/1000ths. Here's your number 12 qualifier. Pulling in here. Looking to move and improve. Definitely improved there. 8019 at 162. Goes from 12 to the number 5 spot. Next up here is John Jenkins, Fort White, Florida. Getting ready to fire up. He's currently setting the number 8 spot. His first pass was an 8:46 and a 5 at 113 miles an hour. And everybody's been improving quite a lot. That's made the pass thus far. So I'm sure Mr. Jenkins is looking to do the same. Jenkins doing some nice riding and improving on his first qualifying time. He runs an 8:35 and a 9, 164.77 miles per hour. Leaning hard, getting out of the throttle, rolling back in it, making a nice pass. Kenneth Holtman out of Mays, Kansas, pulling up into the water. Currently sits in the number 6 spot. First qualifying time was an 8:30 with a 5. Had that 8:30 with the 5. First pass, second pass, definitely improves. 8:16 and a 3 at 166 miles an hour. Definite improvement there. The number 5 finisher in the points for this category last year, Jason Leeper, is up next. Currently setting the number 11 spot. Ran a 10:15 and a 1 at 136. Jason had a 10:15 on his first hit. He ran a 9:26 and a 4 at 163.49 on that pass. Nice run. Clearwater, Florida rider Darren Brickman coming in. Mr. Brickman left before the tree was activated. Left a little bit too soon. Here's your number one racer from 2024 for this class, Sam White. 10:39 on the first pass. Sam didn't quite make that full pass down through there, and he doesn't improve. He's still sitting in the number 12 spot. That's going to bring up Mary Dangro out of Asheville, North Carolina. Mary finished number 3 in the category last year. Mary runs across with a 7:43 and a 6. 168.41 miles an hour. That puts her at the top of the page for qualifying order. Bumps Jay Beasley down just a little bit. She goes to the top of the page. Next up is going to be John McConnell. Fort Ashby, West Virginia. McConnell takes his bike across the line at a 9:93 with a 7. Puts him into the 15 spot. That's going to bring up Brian Conley Jr. out of Betcher, Illinois. Conley sitting in the number 15 spot here as he pulls up to the pre-stage beams. He's obviously looking to improve. 13:20 with a 7, 62 miles an hour. Not going to do it with that pass. You heard him cracking and popping, and he rolled out of it real early. He's going to stay right there in the 15 spot. That's going to bring up our number 9 qualifier thus far. Walter Holonsky comes out of Florida, High Springs, Florida, that is. First pass was an 8:46 in the 3 at 158 miles an hour. Walter definitely making an improvement on that. Runs at 8:17 with a 3, 152 miles an hour. Nice clean pass. Jim Martin coming in, 2017 bike, out of Palestine, Illinois. Setting the number 5 spot, 8:005 at 152 miles an hour. Everybody's chasing Mary Dangro. That's 7:43.6. She's sitting at the top of the qualifying page. Jim Martin, he's shut down the bike. Had a little bit of a fuel drip there. The guys on the starting line caught that. Right on top of it. And it looks like he's going to push back and wait for the third round of qualifying. He's solid in the show at number 5 with an 8:005. Here's Rocky Jackson, currently the number 4 qualifier. He ran a 780 with a 765 in that first pass. Rolls in from Richland, North Carolina. All you folks out there in the stands, appreciate you hanging in there with us. All you folks out there in the chat bleachers, hey, glad you're here as well. Rocky's taking a nice conservative pass down through there. Runs just a little bit over a 9 there, slowing off a little bit. 9:087 and 156. Not wanting to hurt the equipment before eliminations tomorrow, of course. He definitely knows what he's doing. Okay, rolling into Nitro Funny Bike with the guy that wears the number 1 on the plate, last year's champ for the Nitro Funny Bike category, Cameron Gunter. He's currently qualified in the number 2 spot. Kemp made it to about just past the 330 block, and he rolls out of it. Still makes a good pass down through there. Runs a 971 and 3 as he rolls through. This is the military tribute bike that we saw a little while ago. This is from Jim Doyle Racing. This is a brand new bike. It's never been down the track. Brand new. Tried it last time, didn't quite even get off the starting line, but boy did that time. 7:37 and a 201.91 miles per hour. Brand new bike, first full pass. I'd say that's pretty respectable. In fact, that's nice. Okay, we saw Jim Martin push his bike back just a little bit ago, and since he's still up here, they got that fuel, that little bit of a trickle. They got that taken care of, and he's going to pull back up and give it another shot here for Pro Fuel. Definitely improved there. 8.00 the 5 on that first pass. That pass was a 7.79 and a 5 at 159 for Mr. Jim Martin. Moves from number 5 up to number 3. Now we'll go back into Nitro Funny Bike. With the number 5 finisher in points last year for NFB, this is Jordan Peterson, Tatanka, Iowa. Jordan currently qualified in the number 2 spot, 8.73 and a 4. Looks like he may be the last one here for Nitro Funny Bike. We're going to go into Top Fuel Bikes. Peterson definitely improves. 7:02 and a 4, 185 miles an hour. That puts him at the top of the page for that particular group. Rolling right on into Top Fuel out of Blanchester, Ohio. This is Buddy Johnson. Finishing up the burnout here. His first pass was an 11:44 and a 7 at 81 miles an hour. There's about 13 bikes tried to make pass the first time. That number 9 right now. Sportsman racers, you're just on deck. I am not calling you right now, Sportsman. Just on deck. You're on standby. Buddy gets out there about 400 feet. Rolls out of it, clicks it off, rolls through the 12:05 and an 80 miles an hour. Stay right there in the number 9 spot. Looks like Paul Anderson's coming up next. He's in your number 4 spot. His first pass was a 6:83 and a 3 at 210 miles an hour. Paul's first pass was 6:83. He runs a 6:85 on that one. Slowing just a little bit. He's going to hang in there.
Does start finish?
In the number 4 spot.
Does finish seem like it's too out of whack now with these two lower? Seem pretty balanced? Okay.
Michael Balch out of Palmerton, Pennsylvania. .697 and a 6 on the first pass. .656 with a 9, 203 miles an hour. That puts him into the number 2 spot, 203.19 miles per hour. Here's your number 12 qualifier. Taking the green. Nice, straight, clean pass. 644 with a 6, 221 miles an hour. Puts him to the top of the page by a bunch, by like 100th, I should say, or actually more like a 10th, excuse me. Puts him right up at the top, 221.63 miles an hour, 644 and a 6. Out of Twilight, Pennsylvania, this is John Toth. Number 5 finisher in this category last season. Out of the J. Turner Stables. John had an 882 on the first pass. He runs 897. He did have an 094 reaction there with that run. Runs about 103 miles per hour. Here's last year's champ for Top Fuel, Jay Turner. Well, you heard him. He made it out there a couple hundred feet and decided to get out of that. That does put him in the number 12 spot here for this particular class. He went through at a 12:09 at 77 miles an hour. Okay, sportsman, hey, I'm going to give you a shout here. You're going from standby to being called. I'm going to call Eliminator right now. This is lane 6, Eliminator. Hot Street. You're coming to lane 4. And let's go with the 1030 class. Let's go to Super Pro in lane 5, please. Eliminator, lane 6. Hot Street, lane 4. Super Pro, lane 5. Sam Kapanen coming in. He's sitting in the number 4 spot. Ran a 6:73. 205 miles an hour in the first qualifying attempt. He's got the top bulbs lit. He stays right there in the number 4 spot. Slowing down about 300ths from his first run. Tim Garrigan coming in, number 7, 685 and a 9, 204 on that first qualifying pass. Coming out of Nevada, California. Tim had a nice quick 0.62 reaction time there, but you saw he got out there just after the launch. Kind of sputtered, and he says, I'm going to hold off and I'm going to wait. He's solid number 7 right now. Out of Asheville, North Carolina, Tracy Kyle's up next. 1564 with a 5 at 75 miles an hour puts him in a 13 qualifying spot after the first session. Front wheel out there, a couple hundred feet, set it down and clicked it off. Goes across with an 11.06 with a 4, moves him into the number 10 spot. Ran about 85 miles an hour. Did some nice riding out there. Always fun. Hey, we've called sportsman classes. We want Eliminator to lane 6, Hot Street to lane 4, and Super Pro, that's 1030 class to lane 5 for now. If you can be there, we're going to be needing you in just a little bit. Number 2 finisher last year, Jordan Peterson. Nice, long, hot, smoky burnout. He's currently in the number 5 qualifying spot. We're in a 6.75, 213 mile an hour in that first qualifying hit. Peterson, 0.57 on the reaction time. Goes across 6.57 and a 220.76 miles per hour. Fun pass. Ryan Perry, Williamsburg, Ohio. Number 4 finisher in this class last year. Currently qualified number 2, the 6.54, 200 miles an hour. Riding a 2007 machine. 91 on the reaction. Slowed off pace from that first qualifying effort. They'll stand on that one. That's going to bring up Robert Willis out of New Jersey. All right, the sporting class, we're ready to call Street Bagger. Want to call Street Bagger to lane 2. Want to call Street Eliminator, that's the 1150 class. Want to bring you to lane 3, please. Street Bagger, lane 2. Street Eliminator, lane 3. As we just had our last top fuel bike go down. Street Bagger, lane 2. Street Eliminator, that's your 1150 class. Lane 3. Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, and Super Gas. You are on standby for now. Third and final qualifying hit. This is for the Eliminator dial-in class. Jeremy Wilson is in the right lane. Jeremy Hall. Jeremy Wilson in that right lane runs 11:29 and 7, 117 miles an hour, and Hall in that left lane, 12:41 and 7 at 111. That brings up Jeremiah Disbro. Paw Paw, Michigan there in the left lane. Lance Rogelski. Right lane. Disbro in that left lane, 12:26 and 1, 105. And Lance runs 14:21 and 5 at 89 miles an hour. These racers will be able to use these numbers to dial in for tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon, I should say. Corey Vantall, left lane. Steve Lacey. Both these riders out of Michigan. Steve Lacey in that right lane, 10:81 and a 122 miles an hour. Corey Vantall, left side, 12:93 and a 7, 102 miles per hour. William George, left lane. Mike Magson. Right side. Street bagger, you ought to be coming to lane 2. Street eliminator, you ought to be headed to lane 3. Don't worry about that red light for Magnuson. We're just getting that ET there. He runs across 12:09 with a 108 miles an hour. Bill George there. Left lane goes 10:83 and a 7 at 119. The next pair up, Sean. Oh, bless me and forgive me, Sean. Sean Lupinez, left side, and Chris Ussery. Ussery there in that right lane, 11:19 and 314. Sean, left lane, 13:84. Richard George coming in here on the left side alongside Denny Nygren. They're out of here. About 22 thou separates them as Denny's struggling a little bit. kind of easing off the throttle, rolling out of it down through there. Richard George goes through it at 10:46 and a 9 at 130. Cody Rozeski, left side. John Ard, right lane. Ard, right lane, 11:37 and a 6, 1:15.69. Cody, 11:74 and a 3 at 110 miles per hour. Tony Curtis, right lane, left lane. Bob Beal. On that left lane, 1081 and a 5, 122. Tony Curtis, right side, 1075 and 103 miles per hour. Ryan Safran, left lane, and Dan Bennett, right lane. Bennett on the right side, 11:36 flat, 116. Safran, 11:84 and a 7 at 109 miles an hour. Clayton Danford on the left side. Chad Trainer in the right lane. Chad clicks it off, 11:39 flat, 116 miles an hour. Clayton runs through it at 13:96 with a 5 at 91 miles per hour. Mickey Kelly, left lane. Right side is Austin Hughes. For some reason, he has the nickname of Hammerhead. Austin Hughes 004 reaction. Goes through at 11:72 and a 4 at 111. Mickey Kelly, 12:94 and a 3, 114 miles an hour. Jeffrey Swank, Warren, Michigan. Bill Harper, Canton, Ohio, right side. Twank had an 82 reaction. Harper had a 60 reaction. Harper ran a 12:16 and an 8, 115 miles an hour. Jeffrey, he ran 12:46 at 108 miles an hour. Bryce Creek, left lane. Scott Lurg, right side. Bryce Creek was your number 4 in points last year in this class. He was in the left lane with 11:14 with a 3, 116 miles an hour. Lurg runs through with an 0:59 on the reaction. Brings up Tim Parker, Scott Larater. 12:45 for Tim Parker, 13:32 for Larater. Scott ran 97 miles an hour. Tim Parker ran 105.64 on the MPHs. Don White in the left lane. Jim Clark over here on the right side. Don White pulling a nice wheelie out there at about 100 feet, sets it back down and rock and rolls right on down that left lane. Jim Clark doing a nice job down that right lane, 1088 and 920 miles an hour. Don White with that wheelie, 1290 and an 8 at 100.91 miles per hour. Robert Sitz is on the left side. Right side is John Schneider from Wood River, Illinois. .11:52 and a 916 mile an hour for Sitz. Schneider goes 12:17.2 at 112 miles an hour. Dustin Seymour, left lane. And right side has Larry Stevens. Stevens goes across that right side, 11:03 with a 519 miles an hour. Dustin Seymour on the left side, 13:53 with a 97 miles an hour. Derek Johnston's coming in on the left side, and that big bagger with a fairing, and C.J. Tipping out of Liberty Center, right side. Tipping in the right lane, 13:44 with a 795 miles an hour. Johnson left side, 12:29 and 3, 105. Donnie Pritchard, left side. Matt Hawkins in the right lane. Hawkins, 11:87 and 3, 114. Chard, 12:55 and a 5, and 104. Looks like we've got our last bike for Eliminator. Brought to you by Baker Drivetrain by Kevin Winters. 98 vintage bike down the left lane. Goes across 11:48 and a 3 at 106 miles per hour. We're headed to our next category. This is going to be Hot Street, sponsored by Axtel. Jeremy Wilson, right side. Russ Johnson over there on the left side. Looking to improve their particular runs. Russ Johnson stays in the number 2 spot, 985 and a 1. Jeremy's going to hang right in there, number 3, 988 with a 2. That's going to bring up Clayton Danford and Jason Crisp. Jason there in the right lane, setting top of the page, number 1 qualifier thus far. We need top eliminator to lane 4, please. Top eliminator to lane 4. Pro Eliminator, that's the 1090 class. We need that to lane 5, please. Pro Eliminator, lane 5, and we need Super Gas, 990 class to lane 2. Top Eliminator, lane 4. Pro Eliminator, lane 5, Super Gas, lane 6. Danford goes across. He was in number 4 spot, 949. He improves there a little bit. And Jason, he had a 15 reaction time. He's going to stay there number 1, and Danford's going to move up into the number 2 spot. And that's going to be it for them for today as we roll into the next class. We're going to be going to Super Pro. That's the 1030 index class. John Schatz, number 1 qualifier, currently left lane. And Lauren Potter, number 5 qualifier on the right side. John's run closest to the 1030 with a 1031. This time in the left lane, he runs a 1033 at 120. And Potter runs a 1038. That's going to bring up Joe Peterson, right side, and David Dormus. Peterson that right lane, 1029 and 6, 117 miles an hour. David over there that left side, 1054 with a 6, 125. Matt Hauser, left lane. Right lane is Troy Fitro. Top Eliminator, lane 4. Pro Eliminator, lane 5. And Super Gas, lane 6. Matt Hauser in that left side runs at 10:36 in the 3 at 126 miles an hour. Troy Fitro, he goes across 10:88 in the 7 at 125. Ian Fix in that bagger bike in the right lane. Richard George over on the left side. Fix on the right side, 1043 and a 1, 128. 1095 and a 1 at 125 for Richard George. Chad Kaplinger, left side. Robert Mallory, right lane. The last pair for Super Pro 1030 class. Mallory in that right lane, 10:28 and a 9, 122. 10:22 for Kaplinger in that left side at 111. I lied. I guess we got another pair. Kevin Danford on the right side. And Nigel, the left lane. Danford right side, 10:40 with a 714. Denny Nygren, 10:75 and an 8 at 125. Street bagger pulling up now. Nick Bowie, left side. Thomas Boone in the right lane. Looked like Boone spun a little bit. Didn't make a real hard pass there. Looked like Nick Bowie got out of it early as well. Nick's going to stay in the number 3 spot with a 994, and Boone's going to hang right in there, number 2 spot. Jimmy McCrance, left lane, number 1 qualifier currently. Keith Evans setting in the number 7 spot. McCrans that left lane runs a 9:54. Stays number 1. Keith Evans is going to hang in there in that number 7 spot. David Cartwright going to be on a single down the left lane. Tucking in over that tank, taking that bagger through the big end. 10:14 and 832 miles an hour. Jeff Boudreau single on the left lane. This will be our last street bagger. .10:13 and a 732 mile an hour for Jeff. Headed into the 1150 class. That's a Street Eliminator, sponsored by Thunderbird. Patrick Blakely, right lane, and John Pope third, left side. 11:65 and a 7. That brings Pat way up there by about 2/10. 11:84, a little bit slower, a couple tenths slower than what John has done before. By the way, John was number 2 in points in this class last year. That's going to bring up John Ard and Jeremy Wilson. Wilson's in the right lane. Wilson on the right side. 11:39 and a 9, 114. 11:65 for John Ard. 11:65 and a 3 at 99 miles an hour. Ryan Safran, left side, and Ryan Minnick, right lane. Ryan doing a little squealing and peeling, getting out of there. Gets it straightened out right down the middle of the lane. Ryan in the left lane runs an 11:56 and a 7, 108 miles an hour. Ryan Minnick there in the right lane, 12:06 and a 1, 107. Dan Bennett here in the right lane, and John Bradley over on the left side. John Bradley, left lane, 11:52 and a 1, 106. Bennett with an 11:66 and a 6 at 112. Tim Parker, right side alongside John Snyder in that left lane. Tim Parker goes across 12:91 and 204. Schneider in that left lane, 12:11, 114 as well. It was 104 for Parker, 114 for Schneider. That's going to bring up our next pair, which is Cody Rozeski, right side, and Austin Hughes over in the left lane. There about 100 feet. Nice clean wheelie. Sets it down, runs 11:76. Cody in that right lane runs 11:67. That's going to bring in Bryce Creek on the right side alongside Chad Trainer. Right lane with Bryce Creek, 11:25 and a 5. He's looking for that 11:50. Made a strong pass there, 103 mile an hour. Chad Trainer at 11:66, 98 miles per hour. That's bringing in Kevin Winters and Robert Sits on the right side. Kevin Winters in that left lane. Sits in that right lane, 11:25 and a 4, 104 miles an hour. And Kevin Winters on the left side with an 11:34. Danny Nygren is going to be a single down the left side. .19 and a 6. 112 miles an hour. That's going to do it for our street eliminator. We're going into top Eliminator. That is a 930 class. We're going to start with Chad Walschliger. Comes out of Cornflake Capital on the right side. Mike Hauser, left lane. Hauser takes it across 973 and a 6, 118 miles an hour. Chad goes across 1023 and a 9. That's his best lap of the day. 131 miles an hour. Randy Erdman, right lane. Campbellsport, Wisconsin. $9.50 and a 3, 135 for Randy. Moving into the 1090 class, which is the Pro Eliminator class. This class is brought to you by Benchmark. Tony Curtis and James Gary. Gary there on the right side. Curtis taking that left lane all the way down to the big end. James Gary on that right side, 1081 and an 810 miles an hour. 1083 for Curtis. Remember, this is a 1090 class. They're running just a little bit quicker than that 1090. Big Nate's taking the quad down the track, going to do a quick visual. Make sure everything's good. Pick up any kind of debris that might be there, making sure this track is perfect as can be. When he clears the track, Jeremiah Dispro will be on the left side and Steve Lacey out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Paw Paw, Michigan is where Jeremiah comes from. I know where Kalamazoo is, but I'll be honest, I've never heard of Paw Paw. Might have to look that one up. While we're doing a little bit of a top-end cleanup, I'm going to get another shout-out to everybody out there in the chat bleachers. It's watching on YouTube on Motormania TV. Thank those live feed sponsors. Sandy Run Arms and Ammo, Baker Drivetrain, Stewart Top Fuel Harley, White Lightning Racing, Circle M Ranch, Westside Twins. Just a reminder, tomorrow at 9 a.m. there will be a Racers for Christ chapel service in the Jeg Suite. That's in the second floor of the tower here. That's a non-denominational chapel service, and everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome.
If they get down.
All right, now we're ready for Jeremiah and Steve. Steve's on the left side. Jeremiah Disbrow, 11:58.1 in that left lane, 113 mile an hour. Steve Lacey, 10:95 and a 1. 122. Jim Clark's coming in here on the right side. Kimberly DeShields, Smyrna, Tennessee, is pulling up in the left lane. Clark from Sterling Heights, Michigan. Jim Clark, 11:06 and a 113. DeShields, 10:98 and a 4. Jim Clark did have an 80 at the hit. Got a couple of Bills here. You met one Bill, you met them all. William George on the right side and William Grove left lane. While Bill and Bill are headed down track, I'm going to call some Fuel and Pro classes. I'm going to call Zipper Modified to lane 3, Pro Bagger to lane 2, Outlaw to lane 4. Bill George, 11:07 and a 7 at 107, and Bill Grove on that left lane, 11:21 at 108. Matt Hawkins, left lane. Russ Johnson, right side. Once again, we're having Fuel and Pro classes. I'm calling you Zipper Modified to lane 3, Pro Bagger lane 2, Outlaw lane 4. Crosby Blair. Scott Lurd. Scott's hanging in that left side. Crosby had an 0.26 reaction in that right lane. Goes across 10.87 and a 7, 113. Lurd, 11.17 at 120. That's Bill Harper on the right side. Larry Stevens over in the left lane. Once again, we'd like Zipper Modified lane 3, Pro Bagger lane 2, Outlaw lane 4. Stevens in that left side, 10.99 and a 9, 120. Harper, 10.72 with a 2, 108. Chris Ussery left side and John Bradley filling up that right lane. .1108 with a 0 at 121 for the right lane with John Bradley. Chris Ussery runs at 11:21 with an 815 miles an hour. Bob Beal and Robert Sitz, and Sitz is in the right lane. Zipper Modified, lane 3. Pro Bagger, lane 2. Outlaw, lane 4. Love to see you be pulling into these staging lanes. Love to see you pulling into the staging lanes. Zipper Modified, lane 3. Pro Bagger, lane 2, and Outlaw, lane 4. 7 thou separate these two right up front. 10.91 and a 2 at 113 for Bob Beal. And Robert Sitz runs in 11.12 with a 2 at 116. Chad Trainer, right side, and Denny Nygren over in the left lane. Trainer 11 flat with a 2 at 117 that right lane. 10.65 and a 6, 124 for Denny. Got one pro eliminator left. That's going to take the left lane. That's Bryce Creek. .044 reaction for Creek. Crosses the big end at 11.08 and a 3 at 116 miles an hour. Rolling into Super Gas. Thomas Crava, left side. Andy Horn over in that right lane. 0.20 reaction in that right lane for Horn with a St. Louis rider. Andy goes across 9.81 and a 7, 125 on that 990 index. 10.06, 132 for Tom. Jeremy Wilson in the left lane. Mike Best over on the right side. Wilson pulls that front wheel for each shift through the third gear. Runs a 982 and a 126. Best, right lane, 11 flat and a 7. 116, 83 on the miles per hour. That's going to bring up Robert Althor out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Right side, and John Schatz over here on the left side out of Galesburg, Illinois. So far, John has gotten the closest to the 990 with a 994 and a 6. 046 reaction as well. 006 for Robert in the right lane. Runs a 979 and a 6 at a 122. Kurt Stuckenschneider. Left lane, and Chad Kaplinger over on the left side. We're going to have to hold these two for just a moment while we do a check on the check on the track. Modified, zipper modified, lane 3. Need to see you, baby. Pro Bagger, lane 2. Come on, babies. And Pro Outlaw, lane 4. Come on, come on, come on. We like you, we love you, and we want to see you. I don't want to forget those fellas behind the scenes running all the cameras and the switchers and everything for Motor Mania TV out on the scissor lift. We've got Big Mike out there running the camera. And on the switcher in the trailer, that's Mr. Sunshine. They've done a great job all day. Appreciate all your efforts there behind the scenes, keeping us up on YouTube. Appreciate all your efforts and hard work. Now we're up with Kurt Stuckenschneider there on the right side and Chad Kaplinger. Kaplinger out of West Alexandria, Ohio. Or Ohio, depending on what part of the country you're from. Kurt comes in from Jefferson City, Missouri. Both romp on it real hard, getting out there, hitting that second gear and romping hard. Kurt goes across 10, 10 and a 5, 99 miles an hour. Kaplinger in that left lane, 1024 with a 427. Joe Peterson coming in on the left side, and Kimberly DeShields, right lane. Fuel and Pro classes, we sure need you. Zipper modified, lane 3, Pro Bagger, lane 2. Lane 4, we need Outlaw there to lane 4. Kimberly in that right lane, 992 and an 8, 127. Peterson in the left lane, 1028 and a 6. 128. Okay, folks. We're going to run Zipper Modified, Pro Bagger, and Pro Outlaw here just as soon as we get them around, after we do just a little bit of track prep. Pro Fuel, Nitro Funny Bike, and Top Fuel. Listen closely. Pro Fuel, Nitro Funny Bike, Top Fuel. Please listen carefully. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, we are going to get you with your third qualifying run tomorrow starting at 10 o'clock. We're going to start with Top Fuel. Okay? I want you to be clear. Pro Fuel, Nitro Funny Bike, and Top Fuel, we're going to run you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We're going hot. For tonight, we're going to finish up with Modified, Pro Bagger, and Pro Outlaw, and then we're going to be finished for the night. So I just want you guys to be aware, I will be announcing this again in just a little bit. Pro Fuel, Nitro Funny Bike, Top Fuel, we are going to hold till tomorrow morning for you. And we're going to do some brooming and grooming here, and I'm going to go quiet for a little bit. It into Modified here. Zipper Performance Products Modified out of Elk Ridge, Maryland, established 1978. George Futch out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, was supposed to be on the right side, but I don't see him out there. Russ Johnson is over on the left side. So maybe George is going to set this one out. Here he comes. I see him. He's right there in front of me. He just hadn't made it out there yet. He's going to run in that second pair. So Mr. Johnson's going to make a single down the left side. We have no data on that. Mr. Johnson left before the tree was activated, so I don't have any numbers to give you. I think he's still going to be okay. There's 3 in this class, and I think he's going to be just fine. Now we got George Futch out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, here on the right side, alongside Kim DeShields out of Talmadge, Ohio. All the different ways you can say it. Here we go. Kim, 051 reaction. She goes across 937 at 542.61 miles an hour. And my screen changed before I got to see what the other times were. And those were our only 3 in that zipper modified. We're going into Pro Bagger. However, we are going to have just a little bit of a delay here on the track. We want to do some checking on things here. Take just a few minutes, and then we're going to go with our next pair. All right, going on into the next pair. That's Burt Baker on the left side. And the bike here on the right side looks like his first time down the racetrack today. 894 with a 4 in that right side, 152 miles an hour. Baker ran a 10, which is a couple seconds slower than what he did a little while ago, earlier today. That's going to bring in Nick Bowie, left side, alongside Chad Walschliger. Chad's from the Cornflake capital, and Bowie's from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Clean start for Chad and Nick. Chad goes across 10, 11, and the 9, 130, and Bowie, 12, 13. So Chad's going to be hanging in about number 8 spot, and Nick about number 7. That's going to bring up the single here on the right side. That's Crosby Blair coming out of Georgetown, Tennessee. Remember, Crosby finished number 5 in the points last year for Pro Bagger. He's riding a 2014 machine. Oh, 59 for reaction time for Crosby. 9:17 and a 5. That's his best lap of the day, 1:47. Outlaw class pulling up here for their last hit for the day. George Futch, right side alongside Tim Grindle. Folks, it looks like this is going to be our last pair for the day. And we're going to say good evening momentarily. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember, at 10 o'clock, we're going to start with Top Fuel Harleys. We're going to run those, Nitro Funny Bike and Pro Fuel tomorrow, and give them their 3rd qualifying attempt. So that's going to start right at 10 o'clock. And our eliminations tomorrow, we're going to go in opening ceremonies will be at 11:55 a.m. Our first round is going to be right after the opening ceremonies. So everybody out there in Motormania TV land in the chat bleachers, come back and join in with us. Clean and green, strong and gone for our last pair with George and Tim. George kind of eases off down there past the 8th mile. And Tim takes it across with an 8:63 with a 0:173. And that is going to be it. Race director's hollering in my ear on the mic saying that's it. So we're going to say goodnight for the evening. Remember, there is an RFC Chapel service tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the Jeg Suite. That's the second floor here. And that suite will be open by about 8:30, 8:35, something like that. And we'll see you tomorrow. Please be safe tonight. Go easy on the cooler. And look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Blessings and peace, everybody. Good night.